Hello and welcome to the eEuRO. Coming to you live and direct. The eyes of the sporting world have been on this as some of the best teams on the planet have battled it out for European glory. And we are known to see powerhouse teams from 8 different countries going head to head for the right to call themselves eEuRO champions. Hello and welcome to UEFA eEuRO. We've got world-class players competing for the chance to call themselves eEuRO champions. So it's only right that we bring in the best analysts and casters in the game. And that is exactly what we've done. As you can see, I'm joined by Ryan Pessoa and Casey. Casey, how are we feeling?
Feeling so good. Berlin is a beautiful city, and I think we're about to see some beautiful competition.
Well, honestly, let's not waste any time, and let's take a look at the bracket for this evening. Now, Ryan, there's one man on this bracket which stands out, who's in action very, very soon.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, Anders, we know his antics on and off the field as well, and he's got emotion to show, and I'm sure he'll be ready. He's got a tough game, though. ST92 is not going to be an easy opponent, and the likes of Umut, Oberon, Andreas, so many top names.
All right, let's get in nice and early. Let's get your predictions in nice and early. Looking at the bracket, who do you expect to win the whole thing?
Oh, it's difficult because obviously going by past experiences with Anders and Umut, it's easy to say them, but I think it might be a little bit different. I think there could be a few upsets.
So you've sat on the fence.
Yeah,
I completely
I have.
love it. Right, Casey, I'll come to you. Let's look at this bracket. Of course, you've got your favourites. You've got Anders Vejrgang, you've got Umut, you've got Oberon. But every player stands a chance, don't they?
Yeah, you really can't count out any player in this competition. You might see someone as a quote-unquote underdog, but do not count them out. I cannot predict at this point, but I am looking at Umut on the lower side of the bracket. He could perform.
Yeah, well, Umut, speaking about Umut, let's go and hear from Umut, shall we? eEuRO. Well, in fact, we will do in a second anyway. Let's speak about Umut then. Yep. Teammates with Anders. Yep. He's on both sides of the broadcast, of the bracket. He could potentially meet his teammate in the final, or is that looking too far forward?
Potentially. It's only a few games away if they manage to win, of course, for both sides. But I think with Umut, he'll be wanting to prove himself on home nation soil, as we would say anyway, playing in his home country. So I'm sure he's got a little bit of cutting edge as well to try and perform.
And with it being knockouts, it's so different, isn't it, for our players, because it could be sort of straight in the quarterfinal and it's over. Absolutely,
and it's only 6-minute halves as well. And so a lot of players are flying in from other countries, and there's a potential that they come in, play 2 halves, and then they go. That's it. So hopefully, I mean, obviously some are going to happen that way, but it will be unfortunate. We'll see how it goes.
We will see how it goes. And now we can finally hear from Umut, who is ready and backstage with eEuRO.
So I'm standing next to Umut. You're playing for Germany, the host nation of this tournament. How proud are you to play for this country?
Of course, I'm really proud to play for Germany. It's my home country. I've born here, so of course I'm proud. And I also want to make the whole country proud with the trophy.
Yeah. And this season was definitely not the best for you so far. How much confidence do you still have for this tournament?
Of course, I'm still really confident because I just still know I'm one of the best. It was not my best season, but I know, okay, at some points I was really unlucky and the system is not that thankful for me. So, okay, I just don't want to think about the other tournaments and stuff like this. Just want to focus on this tournament and I feel really good.
Yeah, definitely. And you practice a lot. Can you say what are the most differences between the 95 base mode and the ultimate mode?
I think it's much slower. Like you have to play more calm, and counter-attacks are really good. The KI is definitely better than an Ultimate Team, so you don't have to defend, just make the AR to defend. And there are not that many playstyles because no player has a playstyle plus. The defender have everything on everything on defense just on white. The attackers everything on attack on white. So you can't use the playstyles that much than an Ultimate Team.
Okay, thank you very much, Umut. I wish you very good luck in the tournament, and we go back to our host desk.
Thank you very much, eEURO. And Umut, he knows very, very much about what it means to represent, because it's not just yourself you're representing, but your country as well. We caught up with Anders to see what it'd mean for him to win the eEuRO.
Vejrgang, Denmark. I always believe that when I play on my highest level, I'm the best. It's really rare that I'm playing extremely bad. I think my lowest level is also extremely high. My goal is all the time to win every single tournament. There's a reason why people who watches the game will probably see me as the favorite. I know I'm the favorite, but I also know that especially if I come into the final, it will probably be against my teammate on club level, and that's gonna be kind of mind game. So that will be the hardest game of the tournament. My goal this week is just to win the tournament, and I know that if I show up like I mostly do in the big tournaments, then I have a good chance of winning, but it's gonna be tough. But I know that if I play to my level, I'm the favorite and I can win the tournament. I didn't lose a single game in the whole tournament so far. It's probably one of the onlyest, so that would be a statement I can send before World Cup next week. I'm the best in my country, and I know that I have to perform to make the country proud. They know that I'm the best, I know that I'm the best, and I have to show it in the big tournament. The biggest tournament we have this year so far with the national team, and I will do everything I can to bring the trophy home.
They know that I'm the best. I have to show them I'm the best. This man has got serious aura, hasn't he?
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm a massive fan of Anders, I'll be honest. I can't wait to see his first game.
Let's talk about what Umut was saying earlier on with eEURO about the 95 rated game mode. So explain to the viewers what's different.
Yeah, so obviously we're very used to seeing Ultimate Team, a lot of players build their squads in that way, but the 95 rated mode is as simple as it says. Every single player in the respective squads are 95 rated. It will be the same for each of the nations, but the only difference is that attackers will have certain stats, certain skill moves and play styles set for those attackers. Midfielders will be different, and also defenders.
And of course, we've spoken a lot about Anders in the opening. I think it's only right for us to touch on his opponent, ST92. Yeah. He qualified by winning Group G, but it was on a head-to-head against Belgium's Bradley, so it's very, very tight. Yeah. He's a great player, though.
Yeah, great player. It was a tough group. Overcame Ololito as well in that group to qualify, so it's a big result for him. But I think for him, obviously, he's sort of an unknown quantity in terms of LAN experience, but he's got the experience online. He's got the skill moves. He's very dangerous offensively, so I think this might be a little bit tough for Anders.
Well, it's nearly time, actually, to get involved. So let's head over then and get ready for the first game. It's Anders Vejrgang against ST92.
Well then, here we go. It is the start of a brand new competition, and more importantly, a journey that we haven't had before here on the FC Pro circuit. It's the UEFA eEuros. 8 of the best nations have battled it through a grueling qualification process. In case it all kicks off here, Anders Vejrgang, what a start. The #1 seed is in action against ST92, who you could say might be the underdog in this competition and certainly in this matchup.
Definitely. We know we've seen Anders compete in so many amazing competitions. He has made quite a name for himself in this competition, but we cannot count out players like ST92 because we've had shocks in the past, quote-unquote underdogs that come in, beat these great players, and so I think it's about to be an absolute battle.
As we said, we could sit here and we could talk about the nations that didn't get here. We've, of course, included England, the Netherlands, France, the list goes on. This was a really hard competition to get to, and let's not forget as well, $100,000 on the line here live in Berlin today. It's a one-day competition. All games will be on broadcast. We'll be showing you every single quarter-final matchup here. But as the guys were saying down on the desk case, this is different. This isn't Ultimate Team anymore. This isn't sort of build your dream team. You're representing your nation, you're using your nation, but in a different 95 rated mode.
Yeah, you're having to shift your mindset a little bit. With Ultimate Team, there's a certain type of meta, so you learn to adapt to that type of gameplay. But with the 95 rated squad, you're continuing to adapt to that. Some players, Anders, Umut, they've played with this because in the virtual Bundesliga, they had a competition where they played with the 95 squads. Will that give them advantage? Possibly. But I do believe that all of these competitors have been practicing running the friendlies back home, so they're ready to go with this new game mode. But I think it really brings it back to the fundamentals, Brandon.
I think that's what we're going to see here, isn't it, today, Casey? Who is the best fundamental FC24 player? What we're saying about that, just got the basics down in terms of each position, which makes us even more interesting, has got certain skill moves locked from 3 to 4 to 5-star. For example, wingers and strikers have 5-star skill moves. You need to know, really, who you need to pull a certain skill move with, or a certain finish or shot type in the right area of the pitch.
Yeah, and it's going to matter where you're playing each of those players. I was speaking to some players backstage, and they're saying no left mids, no right mids, because they don't have 5-star skills. So we're going to see a lot of wingers, a lot of strikers, maybe playing in different positions than they normally would, because 5-star skills are a very important asset in this competition.
Absolutely. Well, look, we're just jumping into our first quarter-final matchup here. Denmark against Ukraine. CT92 against Anders Vejrgang. A win here, of course, will take you straight in to the semi-final stages. We have to speak about it from ST92, Case, that coming into this tournament, we believe he made $500 in prize earnings in his competitive career, Just getting here, he's made $7,500. He's doubled it. You get the point. He's made a lot of cash just for getting to this top 8. This, by far, has been his biggest achievement getting here.
Quite the entry into the competition, and we have to remember, in the group stage, you have to be at the top of your group to make it through. He did go through head-to-head, but very, very difficult. He had to go through many, many great competitors. I believe it was head-to-head against Bradley, another great competitor from Belgium as well. And so he has worked to get to this spot, to be in this top 8, and now he has to go against Anders.
I think it was back in March, wasn't it, the qualification for this UEFA eEuros. Obviously, Germany were the host nation. They did get invited, but there was only 7 tickets left available. You had to win every single game in the groups, and that's what Anders Vejrgang did. Surprise, surprise. I think the game is ready to go now, so let's jump into it and kick off this UEFA eEuros journey. Denmark against Ukraine will be our first game in action today. And following that, we'll bring you Spain against Israel, Germany against Turkey, and then Italy against Norway. We have a world champion amongst those 8 players as well. League winners. So much prize pot between them and what they've achieved in the FC Pro ecosystem across the last 2, 3, 4, 5+ years. Let's see, maybe our first chance of the game. Yarmachuk for Ukraine, trying to get this attack forward. Expect to see front threes just full of attackers, such as strikers instead of wingers, because this is an ultimate team, as we've said. You are fundamentally, Case, just trying to pack in pace where you can.
Exactly, and we also have to remember it is 6-minute halves, and so in other competitions we have 9, and so you don't have time to get started. You have to be going straight into this match. You don't have time to really heat up and get into the groove, because the game will be over by the time you're in the groove.
Get into your groove. Anders Vejrgang in the game. Might get another one now. He's on this far-hand side. Which is trademark. Anders, that's certainly a skill move that he will be able to use, and he will be using it a lot.
Yeah, I think that 95 mode really does suit Anders well. He relies a lot on certain skills. We see a lot of those step-overs in his gameplay, but I think he's fundamentally one of the better players in terms of he's very precise in his passing, and that's going to be important in this stage of the competition when other players may have relied on crossing, which we might not see as much in this competition today.
Absolutely. To the point you're making, the aerial plus play style will not be in action today. The basic one will be, but that'll be just from centre-backs only. They might pop up from a corner, but other than that, you're not going to see the traditional FC24 sort of meta gameplay of crossing into the box and sort of looking for all the height in the box. There's a cutback, there's Mudryk! And that's ST92, leading by a 1-0 against Denmark.
What a start for ST92. Green time shot. I love this mode because we're seeing goals with players that we normally don't get to celebrate goals with. So amazing start for ST92, and let's see how Anders will come back from this. Here we have the replay. Quick cutback, Mudryk green timed. He makes it look easy, Brandon.
Well, 1-0 down Here's the #1 seed who came through the qualification stages, but how long is he going to be down for? Corner. Played short as expected. But can he work it in from here? Defended well by the goal scorer Mudryk. And a chance to pull away. Ukraine leading by a goal to 0. Dreyer can't find a way through. We can see you home in the Twitch chat as well. Let us know who you're backing today in this UEFA eEuros. As we said, 8 players here, 8 nations, all battling out for national pride. Alongside that, a decent prize pool as well, and the bragging rights to call yourself the first ever eEuros champion. And they're still knocking on the door here, but still can't find a way through, Case. He's been very patient there defensively, hasn't he, ST92?
He has. I'm actually very, very impressed with ST92's defense, because Anders is not an easy person to defend against, especially with his creative skill set of skill moves, and he's been reading him like a book, really.
It's the breakaway again. Can't find a pass. Does get a free kick. There's a lot of love for Anders Vejrgang in the chat, as expected. He will be here in Berlin for the next couple of weeks with what is around the corner as well. If you're a keen FC Pro fan, you'll know what is around the corner. Could be a chance to come through. Yarmachuk, could it be a second for Ukraine? It is! He might be an unknown player, but at the moment, he could be on his way for the biggest upset so far in this UEFA eEuros.
ST92 coming in so strong to this competition, and you'd really think he's somewhat new to the scene. He's fairly new. You mentioned his earnings earlier, but he is coming in here like a veteran. He's coming in here completely confident, going against one of the more difficult competitors of Anders, but I don't see an ounce of nerves in this gameplay right now.
Well, the one thing we know about ST92 is that most of his biggest achievements in the pro scene have come from representing Ukraine. That's a massive chance there, squandered by Anders. He wouldn't normally drop his lines in that area. Sometimes, as crazy as it sounds, he needs to be in a position like this to pull out a different level, to raise his game. So far for Ukraine, it's been perfect. Here's Win now. Is there any gaps to work with? Yes, there is. Christiansen from right back has pulled a perfect overlap. There's Win, there's that time green. A little nod the head. He's locked in.
Such patient attack here for Anders. He waits that extra second. He lets the defender move out of the way. Green timed across the goal for Anders. See, this is the Anders that we know and love. And I think that he's maybe calming down a little bit. But like we said, the 6 minutes, he can't take 43 minutes to get into his own here. So it is 2-1. We definitely have a good game on our hands. We'll see if Anders can continue with that momentum.
Just building off the point you made there, as we said, we've played most of this season 9-minute halves. They're long games. We've stripped it back to 6-minute halves, and this first half is zooming past. We're pretty much here already. I don't think there's been any added time. No, there hasn't. Take a breather now, but 3 goals in the first 45 minutes here of our opening eEuros, and it's been a perfect start here so far if you are a Ukrainian. 2-1, they lead against Denmark. We'll speak more on that first half, but someone else who had a closer eye on all the action is our very own Ryan Pessoa.
Thanks, Brandon. I'm joined by a crowd around me, actually, at the analysis screen. It's been an entertaining first half, and the goals started to flow for the side of ST. We'll see the second goal unfold. There's a lot of triggered runs on the attack. It stemmed from playing towards the byline. He cuts it back, and if I can pause it just here, he doesn't have a lot of clear options here to play a pass. You've got a player in the box here. He could maybe risk a driven pass. I don't think it's a wise choice. He could maybe ball roll inside and try and recycle to this onrushing midfielder. But what he does, as you'll see this clip unfold, is use technical dribbling, which is very, very important here. To step over inside, he watched the goalkeeper movement of Anders, move the keeper out the way, which made the decision very easy for him to shoot at the near post. And that was goal number 2 for ST and Ukraine. Let's head back up to Brandon and Casey for the second half.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Yeah, look, as we said, we were pretty shocked by the start there. We spoke about the start of this tournament, Case. the best fundamental player. They've got it all down to a T. One thing you noticed about all those 3 goals, all-time green as well, weren't they?
Yeah, I think that is definitely necessary in this competition. So they're going back to the drawing board before this and practicing those time finishing. So if you guys are at home looking at this, there's a lot to learn from this gameplay here because they are breaking it down to the basics, but one of those basics is time finishing.
A little bit of Euro trivia as well for you at home as well in the Twitch chat, because we can see you. Who was the youngest icon to score at the Euros? Let us know. I mean, Case, top of your head, can you have a guess?
That's a good question. First comes to mind maybe Henry? Question mark?
It's not Henry.
Okay.
But
I'll think about it.
have a think and see if the chat at home can guess it as well, because we're jumping straight back into the game. And before we know it, Denmark are all square at 2-2.
We have Poulsen here, and he pretty much goes straight into the goal. That is interesting because I do feel like a lot of the times when you're defending, you're anticipating a cutback, a skill, a little bit of movement from left to right. Sometimes the best way in is straight to the goal, and that's exactly what Anders did there with Poulsen for Denmark. And we have a fantastic game on our hands, 2-2.
Even in 6-minute halves and a 2-goal cushion, you're still not safe, are you? 2-2. And that 2-0 lead that Ukraine have has gone to nothing, unless we can see an instant reply here. Dovbyk just intercepted there by Christiansen, who was heavily involved in that first goal. But single matches as well, not a 2-legged affair that you may have seen in past FC Pro seasons. Just feel like he's in his groove now, Anders. Delaney waiting for that right pass. Højbjerg also just sitting there patiently. Could be in for a third!
He's in his groove, Brandon. He's back. It took him 43 minutes to get there, but Anders is officially back as he dribbles in with Højbjerg. Quick pass up to Wind. The left back wasn't quite ready across the goal, and there we go. The celebrations are officially back. We didn't see him until he was up, but it does seem like he's back in his groove, confident with the celebrations.
Well, we might have just timed this right, because we have got Fatih Houston in the commentary booth with us as well, the teammate of Anders at Denmark. I mean, what have you made of this game, my friend? Because he was 2-0 down, and now he's 3-2 up.
I'm literally shaking right now. And now, as you speak, he have a free goal.
It could be on for a fourth.
Yeah, if he took his time there, like 1 or 2 seconds, looking at where he moved his keeper. But yeah, Anders does have some tends to start poorly sometimes. So yeah, the fact that he just went behind 2-0 and come back is perfect.
What happened? 2-0 down. Do you think he came in not expecting the level that we saw from ST92?
Yeah, usually when Anders play against a much worse opponent than him, he tends to not like think probably. And yes, so he just plays fast and not thinking enough. So that's why I think he started bad, because he underestimated him. So when he got behind 2-0, he finally understood that he had to take this guy serious. And yeah, we can see now how good he's playing.
But how do you get back into it after being down 2 goals? Because a lot of players would get frustrated in that, and it would just continue to get worse. How do you mentally shift yourself back into it?
It's so difficult to come back because, you know, in this game mode, it's 6 minutes now. It's not 9 minutes anymore. It's 6 minutes, like the 2 times. So, but yeah, Anders, it's Anders, and if somebody can turn it around, it's so quick. It's only Anders who can do that.
How was it for you as well? Because you've been part of this national team for a long time. You've seen players come in and go, such as, of course, the legends of Agi Rosemeyer, Marcuso, the list goes on. Are you happy to sit back and be like, look, Anders is just ridiculous. Go and make our country proud.
Yeah, I have been here for like 6 years now in the national team. I'm the only one here since FIFA 19, I think, representing, as we speak again. Yeah.
4-2.
It's just too easy, man. You know, when Anders is playing like this, nobody can stop him. It's insane. It's insane.
Why do you think he's been able to continue this form away from Ultimate Team as well? Because it is different. It's a different game mode. There's no playstyle pluses. There's different stats on certain players that you might be used to from a defender or a striker. Why has he been able to just easily move across to this game mode?
Because for Anders, it doesn't matter what game mode it is. Like, for example, he liked this game mode rather than Ultimate Team because there was no playstyles, and he hates playstyles, as I know. So he likes this game mode more, but it doesn't matter for Anders because his brain is working so fast than anybody else in this world. That's why he plays so fast, and yeah, nobody can defend against it.
Do you think he goes in with the same mindset no matter what the mode? So he goes in thinking the same way when other players may shift their mindset of how they're going to play?
No,
Same.
not Anders. It's always the same, man. Because he genuinely thinks that he's the best in the world and he should win every game with 5 or 4, 6 goals. Oh, as we speak again, green. No. If it was green time, it will win.
You need to have a word with him.
Anders?
Tell him to time green.
Come no, Anders.
I think he can hear you.
He probably can. But yeah, for Anders, it doesn't matter, man. Because he's the best in the world. He genuinely feels that. And that's why he has a lot of pressure on his back. And that is also why he's so emotionally. Because when he loses, for him, like the world goes under, and it just destroys his day. And that's why he has the best mindset in this game.
In case you have just tuned in, this is UEFA eEuros. Ukraine were 2-0 up against Denmark in the first half, and in the first 10 minutes of the second half, Anders Vejrgang of Denmark has been able to turn this game back on its head, and he is 10 in-game minutes away from a semi-final spot.
You have to watch out. Ooh.
Especially in 6.5 here as well, Case. To see out the game, it's easier. It is. In this scenario, we'd sit there on 9-minute halves and say, look, it's a long 10 minutes. This is going to be a quick 10 minutes.
Yeah, for a player, it definitely goes by a lot quicker. The 9 minutes, it seems like it drags on, and anything can happen in those last few minutes. But when it's 6-minute halves, I mean, look at how fast the clock is ticking down. And so it's a lot easier to hold the game when you're up, when the time is so short.
Well, Højlund taking more time out the game. Well, does he fancy another goal, Anders?
Anders will go for the goal if I know him. Okay, that is very rare that he doesn't go for the goal, especially when he thinks that he is so much better than the opponent. But it is smart because now he doesn't have the ball, ST92, and then he cannot score.
Well, 2 minutes left. What could have been an upset is just going to be a bit of a norm now. Anders Vejrgang making it to the latter stages of any tournament. It's something we've become very familiar with now.
Much respect to ST92, honestly. I really thought that he will be so nervous and shake, all of that. But when he scored like the first 2 goals, no celebrations at all. So we gotta give him his props. Oh.
Make that 5.
Yeah. And when he plays like this, nobody can stop him in the world. Nobody, I'm telling you. So it's an honor for me to be teammate with this guy.
Has he mentioned anyone that he's worried about at all in this competition that he could possibly go against?
Not worried, but like he really wants to beat Germany because it's his teammate and his coach in Leipzig, so he would love to face them.
Well, it's a full-time result. Commiserations to Ukraine and ST92. Just building on what you said, Houston, to even get to this tournament, only 8 or 7 nations can make it through that really difficult qualification process. But Denmark turned the tie around. Anders Vejrgang with an all-important 5-2 win. He seems a bit stressed.
Yeah, man. Look, the first game is always like the hardest one, really the hardest one, and it's such a relief for him to win. And now he's just gonna play like this the whole tournament. First game is the most important one.
And look, Case, look, even at 2-0 down, you just don't write him off.
You can't.
We could be playing 4-minute halves. You can't write him off, can you?
You can, and I think that we look at him down there. He does look disappointed. I don't think he likes to concede any goals. I'm gonna be happy with this up.
He is, man, because like 2 years ago when he would just rush and do some stupid things, but now he's reacting much better and just taking his time. He has so much composure.
Amazing stuff. Well, that was the teammate, of course, Vejrgang Houston of Denmark, but someone who has just won, who is on his way to a semi-final, is Anders Vejrgang, and he's joined by our very own eEURO now.
So I'm here with the winner, Anders. Congratulations first, you're in the semi-finals. What a comeback. How do you feel?
Of course, I'm not really happy, to be honest. I'm just relieved because I got down like 2-0 after 30 minutes and did 6 minutes, so it's like a really fast game, but I know that I'm the best in the tournament. This was the first step, and like later I'm gonna send a statement that I'm really the best in the tournament.
Yeah, you had some problems at the beginning of the game. Can you explain why?
I don't know. I have like a bad, like I always start slow, and I don't know why. Like that's the only way you can kind of lose to like an underdog if you like give him the trust that he actually can win. And he played good in the beginning, but I was also defending really bad. And I saw at the end of the game he only had 2 shots, and that was like the 2 shots. So after I got down 2-0, I stepped up massively, and I showed why I'm the best in the tournament, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much, Anders. Good luck in the semifinals, and we go back to the host desk.
Yes, thank you very, very much, eEURO and Anders. Wow. Box office from the start. He just said in his interview then, he's not happy, but he's relieved.
I think it shows his mentality. He won, what, 5 goals to 2, but just to overcome it in such a relaxed way as well. And it's just a testament to how Anders competes.
And speaking about his mentality as well, he said he wants to send a statement later on to show that he is the best. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. But listen, we need to talk about the players on the pitch. Our Vivo player of the match. Who have we gone with?
Yeah, we've gone with Wind for Denmark, and Anders was the player that got the goal back for Anders, an all-important goal, which sort of eased his nerves a little bit, helped him get back into the game and just give him that hope that he can come back.
Yeah, super important. I mean, he actually scored 2 in the game as well, Ryan, as we see the first goal. When Anders scores this goal, the green time, you think, okay, he's cooking, and then the third one, without the time finish, Jonas Wind again.
When he scored the first goal, it just felt as if you knew more was coming. You knew he was going to score the second and then the third. It was just about if ST could maybe hold on a little bit longer, just because obviously 6-minute halves is a lot shorter. Maybe you could try and kill time on the clock a little bit, but Anders just kept on pushing forward.
And we have to say a massive congratulations to ST for everything, of course. There's no mean feat to losing to Anders. There's an air of inevitability about that, man. You go 2-0 up, and it's sort of as if I'm playing you, I'm 2-0 up. I know you're going to... You know, you're going to cook me. That was
you are not
nice.
going 2-0 up against me.
I'll go 2-0 up against him.
No chance.
But that's absolutely amazing, isn't it, from Anders? And he is our first semi-finalist. Who will be facing? AdrianCifuentes or yuval? The action will continue after the short break. But first, here is our Axie Confidence Corner.
This is the Axe Confidence Corner, and we're going to be focusing on yuval. He's a player that makes the correct choices in key areas of the game, and that is exactly why he's a top player.
What separates me is mostly decision making, like when to pass, when like to do offside traps, when to shoot. Like, you know, when you have like chances 2-on-1, and then you can turn on pass or turn on shoot. So I think in these areas I'm good.
Yes, welcome back to the UEFA eEURO. We have got one more game to go, and I'm joined on the host desk by eBrew. We've seen one quarterfinal already, and it is time for another one. It's going to be Cifuentes against yuval. Let's talk about the Spanish man first, eBrew. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, I think he was not really successful in the last years, so I think yuval is better in this game.
We can see our Booking.com bracket on the screen. You've seen that Anders Vejrgang is already in the semi-final. I mean, Cifuentes, he qualified by winning tiebreakers against France and Serbia after they finished top of Group F. He knows what it's like to dig deep. Do you see him coming on top in this fixture?
I'm gonna go with yuval, of course. Yeah, I think he's my favorite. I like how he plays, so that's my favorite.
And the beauty of it is, eBrew, as well, is that it's knockouts, as we see behind us. Yuval is representing Israel as well. Look, the players have got a chance no matter what, but it is 95 game mode, isn't it? So let's talk a little bit more about 95. We've actually played against each other on the 95 game mode. Like, I won't tell you who won, but I won one. And eBrew also won one. And we left it as a draw. 95 rated, it's completely different to Ultimate Team,
It's
isn't it?
completely different. I mean, you don't have the playstyle pluses, you just have the normal playstyle, so you can really use the meta this year, you know, the corners, the free kicks, and the high balls with the headers. It's completely different. I know they have to play completely different in this tournament. So Anders lost this game mode, but let's see how Yuval and Adrian will go with this mode.
Yeah, and let's see a little bit more about AdrianCifuentes, shall we? And let's have a look at his player journey.
AdrianCifuentes, Spain. I'm really excited to represent my country because it's the best thing that a football player of a EFC player can do, so I'm really, really proud. Winning this tournament is the main goal of the year because this tournament is the most important tournament in terms of national teams this year. The qualifying for this tournament has been really tough because we have to play so many games against the players of my country and also games against the players of the other country of the group stage. So yes, it has been really tough, but we are here. The player I want to play the most is Andreas because I consider him one of the best players of the world. I expect a really good tournament because we are in quarterfinals, and if we are here, we expect to win it. Yeah, my family supports me a lot, my friends too, so I will do so good for them. Going for the trophy, so we expect to win it because I know we can do that.
And there you have it. It is time for quarter-final two. It's AdrianCifuentes against yuval. Ryan and Casey are upstairs. Let's head to them.
Thank you, FG. I'm Ryan Pessoa, and I'm joined by Casey. We've got a big game between AdrianCifuentes and Yuval Belli. Both players, of course, top their group to get to this stage. But Casey, it's going to be a tough game.
It's going to be a very tough game. Two very competitive players here. I can't even predict how this one's going to go. Some of the ones, there may be more of an underdog. This one, they're pretty even across the board. Yep. Looking at Yuval Belli, he did very, very well in the Portuguese league this year. A lot of impressive competition. And AdrianCifuentes won over other Spanish players to get that spot.
Yeah,
so very, very deserved.
Yeah, and it was in that tough group where there's a bit of drama between France and Serbia in Group F. Yuval Belli, on the other hand, coming through his group, defeating Tex and England to make this spot, winning on head-to-head. But he's somebody that across the years, when playing across online competitions, you always spoke about him being potentially the next up, the next prodigy that can make their mark in international tournaments. And I'm sure he'll be hoping that this might be his, I wouldn't say breakthrough event, because I think he's had that already, but just one way he could maybe get some silverware.
Definitely. I am curious your opinion on this one. So with the 95 rated squad, which player do you think this suits better? Because some are on the other half, you know?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. From years gone by, I would say yuval Belly, just because I don't really see him as somebody that crosses a lot. Obviously, this year you have to change that. And corners as well. And I spoke to his coach, Veni, a few days ago. He said corners and set pieces and things aren't his forte. He doesn't really spend a lot of time practicing on that. So maybe that could fall into his favor for this tournament. Obviously, 95 rated mode. It's different. The speed of the game's different. The personnel, the squad selections are all different. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how they set up their squads.
Yeah, definitely. I know last game, I wasn't really sure what to anticipate in terms of how many goals were scored, but I was pleasantly surprised. Do you think we'll have a similar situation in this one?
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of goals across the board completely. We spoke with the players, yesterday in practice arena, and they were saying how there's a lot of goals, even in practice games. There seems to be end-to-end action throughout every single game that's been going on. So I'm hoping, for our sake, that's going to follow suit as well.
Yeah, I mean, either way, this matchup between AdrianCifuentes and yuval Belly is going to be a banger of a match. It is Spain versus Israel as they get locked and loaded into their matchups here. We will see them getting kicked off here shortly. And if you guys are just tuning in, this is the second game of the quarterfinals. We have 2 more games to go. We have Obrun versus Andreas and Umut versus iMertAL coming on later. But first up, we do have this matchup.
Yep, and we've got our eyes on the Twitch chat as well. Let us know who you think is favourite to win this game. AdrianCifuentes up against yuval Belly. We'll be kicking off very, very shortly. And of course, the winner of that actually plays against Anders. I know we would have seen them waiting in the wings in the crowd, immersed there, just seeing how the action unfolded. They would have been hoping for their sake Anders would have lost. He was 2-0 down, but he showed his quality and just overcome that relatively easily in the second half.
Yeah, I was still very impressed with ST92 because he came out so confident in that game. But that just goes to show some of these players that we don't anticipate a lot can come in here feeling very strong, very confident, and shock a lot of other players. Obviously, Anders has what it takes to overcome being down a 2-0 deficit, but we might see a couple other underdogs do well today.
Overcoming deficits in this game was difficult, not only because it's 6-minute halves, but it's the best of 1. Whenever we used to see 6-minute halves, it was a best of 2 in years. Obviously, the players are used to 9-minute halves, best of 1. The 6-minute, it goes by just like this now. You blink and it's done. You don't really have time to bed yourself in the game unless you're Anders. It took him a while to get into it, but I think that goal just before halftime was key. I think if that didn't come, maybe it could have been different, but I think that changed the dynamics of the game.
Yeah, I also think utilizing that time during halftime to make those changes that you need is going to be very, very important, whether it's the subs, because a lot of these teams that they're playing with as well are new to them. They're used to their regular Ultimate Team players, but they're using players that they maybe never would have seen. I like it from a viewer perspective because we get to see goals from different players all throughout Europe, but they might not be used to playing with those type of body types, heights. Everything goes into play.
Lack of skill moves. You only got 5-star skill moves on all of the attackers. That goes for the left winger, right winger, striker, and centre forward. The rest of the players don't have 5-star skills. Skill moves are so important, whether it's in a reverse elastico, anything, just a McGeady cancel. It's so important in those attacking areas, but you're limited in that sense. We saw a few of the squads. Some players were playing even wingers at left back in a 4-3-2-1, just to have a presence with skill moves going forward, but it's different on this game mode. There's not a lot of
about the attack, but speaking with some of the players backstage, the defenders even defend a little bit differently. The AI is a little different, so you see a lot of defending with the CDMs in this mode as well, which is very, very different from any other mode because normally people are defending with their center backs, but they're switching to their CDMs, tracking back and letting the AI do that for them, which is a little bit different than what we've seen in past competitions.
Yeah, and of course you see the action underway. yuval Belly kicking from right to left and AdrianCifuentes from left to right in the Spanish home strip. It's direct play. It's going to be chipped across. It's going to be volleyed, and it's a good save from the keeper. Very unorthodox. I thought he was going to go straight for goal when that pass was cut back.
Yeah, I mean, what a start to this game. A bit messy there in the box, but we almost had an opportunity. And it looks like both players are coming in very strong, knowing that it is 6-minute halves. And this is exactly what you got to do. You got to come out strong. He pops it up, but he couldn't quite get there because the goalkeeper got in the way.
Yep, and we are joined by someone very special. It's a teammate of yuval Belly for Israel, Roy Feldman. How are you doing, man?
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for welcoming me. And really, really nervous right now to watch Yuval, and I hope the best for him.
I always found it more nervous watching than playing. Genuinely, I used to hate it.
I think that like when you play, the nerves going out maybe after, I don't know, 20 in-game minutes, and when you're watching, you're just nervous the whole game because it's not in your hands. It's in his hands right now.
talk to us a little bit about preparation since you've been with him for these past couple days as he's going into it. How's his mindset with this mode, with the 95 plus? How is he feeling about the players that he currently has on the pitch?
I think we played a lot against each other, so he doesn't play against potential opponent too much. And we don't have so many tall players. Our tallest player in the attack is like 181, I think, max. And Spain have Joselu, for example. So I hope to not see any crosses. But of course, if Adrian will manage to, control the tempo with the crosses, he can do good.
See the player look here, trying to recycle possession for Adri. Good tackle there from Yuval. I saw a question in the chat mentioning and asking, are all the players 99 rated? What are the stats? The players are 95 rated for every single position on the pitch for all of the squads. The difference is attackers all have the same stats, skill moves and play styles, and that's the exact same for midfielders and defenders.
And there are no playstyle pluses, so it is just their basic playstyles. And so some of those metas that we see with the aerials and the finesses, we aren't going to see those playstyle pluses. And so it does really force all the players to adjust how they are attacking these games. And like we said before, it brings it down to the basics, the fundamentals, and a different type of player is going to succeed in this mode.
Yeah, it's great build-up play as well. Could have been a mistake from AdrianCifuentes, but it was fortunate for him that the bounce back fell in his favor. Seen a lot of creative attacks from Yuval early on. Just passes in behind, little chips to the back post. Even if it's not necessarily looking for the cross, it's just about trying to find the space to get a shot at goal.
Now, I want to chat with you a little bit about the qualifier to this, because it was a very difficult competition to go through that. He did beat Tex in that competition as well. How difficult was that? Were you with him during that entire process?
Yeah, I coached him. Oh my God.
It's first goal, and it's brought down in the box there. Managed to get past the defender there, and the touch there from the attacker in the box gives Yuval the 1-0 lead. Maybe argue a slice of fortune. You'd expect the defender to get there, but it worked in his favor.
You need a bit of luck.
Yeah,
sometimes.
you do. You really do.
Sometimes that's the way it goes for the games, and in that situation, unlucky for AdrianCifuentes, but there's still plenty of time in the match. But you were discussing the qualifiers.
Yeah, so basically when we played the qualifier, so Yuval played, of course, and me and the coach, Erez, we've been with him the whole time and supported him as much as we can. And the first game was against Tex, and because the first decisive part is head-to-head and not goal difference, after he beat Tex, first game, we knew it's a big step to qualify, and that's what saved us in the end.
Yeah, this could be a goal back. Ball around the goalkeeper, and it's going to be Joselu for AdrianCifuentes. Barely any moments have passed in this game before he found his way back into it. We're level with just around 30 minutes in game time played. And you see the breakdown of this goal, Casey.
Yes, and just like that is 1-1, an easy ball roll past the keeper for Joselu, who we mentioned before is going to be so vital for AdrianCifuentes. And he didn't let that first goal get to his head. He definitely stayed in the game, and now it is level across the board.
Yep, it shows his strong mentality to bounce back. Rory, how important do you think it is for a player when competing just to not get frustrated or angry at things going on in the game, and just to make sure that you're just focusing on bouncing back?
I think especially in those 6 minutes halves, you saw Andreas, that's the perfect example for great mentality. After being 2-0 down, he won 5-2 and you don't even remember.
That's a good tackle. That's a great last-ditch tackle there from Yuval. Sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, and you don't even remember that it was 2-0 down. So when you are conceding, and sometimes you can concede bad goals, you just need to focus and don't break stuff and just be chill, control the tempo of the game, and just try to score, because, I mean, in this mode, there are a lot of goals, for sure.
It is important to not break things. That would probably be an issue here in the UEFA eEuros. But it's interesting, though, because in other competitions, they're across 2 legs as well. And so you are really shortening the time of these games. A lot of these players are flying from other countries, and they may play 2 6-minute halves and then leave. Do you think that added pressure of such a short amount of time is a detriment to some players?
I think, as you said, you can literally fly the whole way and after 2 halves to be out. And I think, as Andres said after his interview, it's a big relief if you win your first game. Then you can just like really get into this. But the first game is really a lot of nerves, and after that, maybe you can even play better because it's less nerves.
With this 95 rated mode, would you think you change anything compared to Ultimate Team in terms of your tactics or the way you play, or is it more so just playing the same way and just hoping it falls in line?
I think it's completely different game, and the perfect example is the guy from Ukraine, ST92. He qualified from a group with Belgium and Sweden, if I'm not mistaken. And
hold on a minute, could have found a way. It's a good save.
And he qualified from really, really hard group, maybe the underdog of the group, and he qualified. So in this mode, when you know the AI and you know how to control the AI, and there is no process, it's just a really different game from what the viewers also used to see during their.
Maybe Adri trying to find space. Actually beating one of his main attackers in this half. We go into the break 1-1. He saw grimace on the face of Yuval. What would the coach be telling him at this moment?
I think the coach just, both coaches just trying to especially calm down the players. I think both of them are really, really nervous at the moment. And I don't know if the viewers know that, but like in the qualifiers, we had golden goal after 90 minutes, and now it can go to extra time and even penalties. So I don't want to imagine how it will be on
Are you
penalties.
a fan of golden goal?
No,
I was
don't.
never a fan of
Stressful.
golden goal.
It seems stressful.
I don't like golden goal, especially if you have the kickoff.
And then you're down, you're out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, you feel like, it's golden goal is too crazy. But penalties, it's also, if we're gonna go to penalties in one of the matches, I don't want to imagine in a final both of the players. Maybe they will open a Google, and do just what the luck will say. But I really, really hope to not see pens here.
Now, talk to us about this halftime. I know that a lot of these players that they're currently using on the pitch are somewhat new. Are they utilizing those subs at halftime? Because they're short, right? But a lot of players are being played out of position, and so do they have a game plan? Are you seeing a lot of subs? Is he planning for that?
I think for us, for Israel, there is not too many options for subs, because some nations have more, for example, right wing or left wings, and we don't have too many. Maybe as only option for one good sub, but I don't think that it's too early right now to make subs.
Kick-starting our second half. Possession falling the way of Yuval Belli. To a misplaced pass there. Seen people in the Twitch chat asking if Anders won his first game. He did win 5-2 against ST92. It could be a chance for Yuval Belli on the attack here. Solomon playing towards the byline. Buro scoop inside. Reverse elastico. Good defending, man. Just to still keep possession. A Lacroquette cancel, and it's a fantastic goal to take the lead in this game. It's a beautiful goal. Definitely goal of the day so far. Fantastic, fantastic utilization of the skill moves, Casey.
Yes, fantastic utilization it is. The composure that it takes to cancel, dribble around, and then choose the perfect moment to take that shot for Yuval Belli. Very, very impressive.
Crazy. This is prime Yuval Belli and prime Manor Solomon together. I hope Manor does it in Tottenham soon.
I don't hope that.
Crazy goal, crazy goal.
That's an incredible goal. Going to be a quick comeback again, potentially. AdrianCifuentes trying to play quick, snappy passes in and around the area. Couldn't find the breakthrough. It's a fantastic goal.
Who would you say are some of the most vital players? Like, who is, if you could choose two players that you need on this team, who would they be for Israel?
I think Revivo, the left back, he's crazy good. He has crazy body type as well. And Khalaili, who is right now with the ball, is like Mbappe.
Speed right
he's
there.
He's like Mbappe?
Yeah, he's like Mbappe.
Good block there. 30 minutes left to go. We've seen a play a lot of cancellations from AdrianCifuentes. Great decisive defending there from Yuval Belli. Had to step forward, and if he did, he needed to retrieve possession. We're just giving it straight back there to Spain to kickstart after a throw-on. We're going to tap back in to the way the players had to qualify for this. If you weren't aware, they had to qualify through a strenuous online qualification format, playing, sometimes having a group full of 7 or 8 opponents in their group. They had to more or less win every single game, or at worst, lose one maximum. And that was the case for Yuval Belli. In a group with Tex, had to beat him, as you mentioned, and went through on head-to-head. The same with AdrianCifuentes in that group with France and Serbia, tied on points. But I think it's nerve-wracking, or for your example, for your experience, and example this year, how important is it to just build up momentum when playing, getting those first wins on the board and seeing how much that can push you forward?
I think especially in this mode, in the 95, sometimes you feel you can really lose to anyone.
Yeah.
And after Yuval won Tex in the qualifier in the first game, I think we thought nobody can stop us. And then we lost like 10-2 to guy from Czech Republic. I don't remember his name. And in the end, Tex won the last game against Czech Republic, and that's why we beat them in the head-to-head, and we qualified. But Yuval did crazy campaign in the road to this eEURO, and I'm very, very happy for him.
Yeah, he's going to have to defend this attack. He's stepping over. That's beautiful. Good save to prevent that finding the back of the net. A corner. Okay, so we've seen a lot of corners taken direct throughout the season so far. The aerial plus meta, is it going to fall the way of Spain? It's over the top here. Rodri to bring it down in the area.
I just don't think that corners are going to be the same exact that we see in Ultimate Team, especially without the aerial play styles. They just don't get the air that they need in order to make them as overpowered as they are in other modes. I think that there's players in other modes, they sit there for hours practicing their corners. It just won't apply to this sort of game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're completely right. Like, especially because only the defenders have the aerial, and it's on white, not even gold. So it's really not overpowered here. If you see a corner, it's corner goal. It's really rare.
Do you prefer that?
Yes.
As a viewer, I prefer that. 100%.
As a viewer and as a player, of course. You don't want to concede.
Here we go. Oh, it's a beautiful play again. Yuval Belly, celebrations in the crowd, and beside us with Roy Feldman. This man's keeping his cool, finds it from the near post to get his 2-goal lead in this game. It's great play towards the byline with the plays there. Stepping over, a touch back where it came from, which is something we see a lot this year. So important just to keep possession, and it's a great, great goal for him.
Now you will see Adrian really push with everything that he has, because it's only 20 minutes, 6 minutes half. If it was 9 minutes half, I would say to you it's completely open, but right now...
Now it's tough. We saw that even Anders keeping possession. It felt as if in the previous game, Anders had the ball in the 83rd minute. You blink and it's the 90th. Just keeping possession, it's so hard to come back into this game. You have to put bodies forward. It's going to be Hostelu building up here. Not the most nimble, but he's still finding ways to keep possession. Driven pass, yours about in on goal, shot across goal, and that's a way back into it. Straight from kickoff, 15 minutes left. Casey, could there be a comeback on the horizon?
Potentially, and then for everyone in the chat, if this game is a draw at full time, it will go into extra time and penalties, which we did not get to see in the first round. So maybe we'll get to see that here. I would like at some point today to see some penalties. I know the players aren't hoping for that because it is a 50-50 situation, but we will see.
It was a mistake. Is he going to be punished? He is. A mistake straight from kickoff. A misplaced pass. And AdrianCifuentes makes the most of it.
Mistakes cannot happen in this mode.
That was very strange. It was very strange what happened there. R1,
yeah,
Yuval
by accident.
He pressed R1 by mistake, and the ball went through his player leg. Expect that, and now only 10 minutes to the end.
I think these are the moments, as a player, you get more nervous for, especially if you were winning, because you sort of don't want to. Sometimes you can speak from current experience. Your mind sort of drifts off. You're sort of thinking, all right, I've sort of not won the game, but you're in cruise control. And before you know it, you could be down. Good save, rebound. And just like that, AdrianCifuentes takes the lead in a matter of moments. It could just turn on its head just like that.
Just like that.
Nobody expected that. Like, it was 3-1 up in a blink of an eye. It's 4-3. I don't know to explain how it happened. I'm honestly in shock right now. I think all the people who are watching as well, Yuval as well, I'm sure. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say, how hard is it to bounce back, because your mind will be thinking you're on course to win. You concede 2, and before you know it, it's game on, and the mental momentum is in favor of your opponent, and we saw just what that meant to AdrianCifuentes. But it's going to be tough now to try and regain for Yuval Belly, but he can do it. There's still time left in this game. He can still get back into it.
Yeah, and Adrian scored, I think, 2 kickoffs against him. So if he can do it only 1 time now, we will go to extra time.
He's going to have to start taking risks at this point. So it can either go in his favor to try to get the ball back as soon as possible, turn on the press, or he could start pressing and then he opens himself up for a counterattack or a situation like that. So we'll see in these last 7 or so minutes if Yuval can put something together.
For me,
and
he has to go constant press straight away.
He has 45 seconds or something.
You have no time. You have to go straight away. It's a misplaced pass here. Ferran Torres stepping over. Is that on? Surely offside. Yeah, surely offside. It's a neat play here from yuval. Driven pass, striker, it'll go! And that's a massive moment in this game. Quarterfinals, you said there would be goals, Roy Pole. We've seen 8 goals in a 6-minute half game. And yuval needed that just to give him that hope, not only just to remain in this game, but I think for the mental approach, it helps a lot.
It seems that kickoffs are overpowered here, and I hope to not see one more kickoff now from Adrian, and we will go extra time.
Fantastic through ball, though.
Hold on a minute.
Directly through his center backs.
Hold on a minute. Running down the line, direct. Buro scoop inside, plays it inside again. Zahavi is going to find a player on the edge of the box, stepping over. And that's a huge tackle to send this game into extra time.
Where is the referee? Why, I knew it was not a pen. I knew it's not a pen, but give us a pen. Please, give us a pen.
An entertaining game.
Nah, that's so crazy. Really, I want Yuval to win, and I'm sure all the viewers at home also would like to see Yuval against Vejrgang. That will be a game like a final. It will be so crazy to watch. But this game, 8 goals. What can you ask more than
Exactly.
8 goals?
I'm a fan of the 95 rated margin. I'm a big fan. But at first, I was a little bit tentative, maybe, but I'm a fan. There's a lot of goals, a lot of goal-scoring opportunities, but some of them have stemmed from mistakes. At this level, making mistakes is you get punished, and we saw that in the case for Adrian scoring goals off of yuval making a mistake defensively. It's hard to bounce back from, but he done it. He managed to get a goal late on.
Yeah, I think the fact that Yuval conceded a 3-2 straight away, the kickoff, maybe it still was in his head for the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then he just keep conceding, but to score in the 90 minutes, to equalize, it's such a strong mentality, and I hope he can build up now.
You can almost get by with small little mistakes with 9-minute halves, but even a misplaced pass out of bounds where you send over possession, that is a major detriment with such short amount of time. You want to dominate possession and get as many goals as you possibly can, and so even the tiniest mistakes can have a massive impact on the game.
Yeah, especially in the 95 mode, because the wingers are much faster. Every mistake you make, the guy can just outpace him, and then it's over.
Yeah, you see support there from Andoni, a fellow Spaniard, somebody that we've seen throughout the years, Roy Ford, you'd have played a number of times as well. A top player giving support to his teammate in AdrianCifuentes. And here he is on the attack. Marino, nowhere near enough pace to get him behind there.
Biel Abada from the... Right now he's in the MLS. He left Celtic and he's clutching up.
A lot of space here. Buro, space opened up there. Good run here from Zahavi. It's going to be a Buro scoop inside. Elastico again. Couldn't find a breakthrough for yuval that time.
Great defending, though, from AdrianCifuentes. I think that Yuval is very impressive on his attack. He's unpredictable, but Adrian is doing a very, very good job at anticipating his every movement, whether or not he's pulling out all the skills from his locker. And I've been very impressed with him, both offensively, but very much defensively.
He's going to have to defend very well here. It's the first time we've seen a whipped ball to the back post, And Hoslu couldn't find a way to jump high enough to win possession there.
Luckily, it's not ultimate team.
Yeah, if it was, then it's unfortunate it's a goal.
Yeah, it's a GG.
Do you think it's difficult, though, switching that? Like, it's almost second nature to continue to do those crosses. Do you have to teach yourself to stop doing it?
You literally have to practice a lot to get this out of your mind. I don't want penalties, please.
Wait, is that the first already?
No, halftime.
Oh, no, I didn't think that went quick. That was quick.
It's really quick. It's crazy. It's like 2 minutes.
It's so weird because obviously we've played with 6-minute halves for years. This is the first year without it. It just feels so it's just so different.
Yeah.
Despite us having played years and years and being used to it. But we still got the second half of extra time and then potentially penalties to see who separates and advances to the next round where Anders is waiting. And I know that's going to be, irrespective of who qualifies, it's going to be a tough game either way for Anders.
Of course, like Anders, you can say the favorite to win it. But one game, 6 minutes, you have so many top players here. Umut, yuval, really everyone who qualified for here are top level and everything can happen. We saw it in the first game of Anders.
Yep.
It depends on the day, it depends on the minute. It really can go either way at any time, considering we're changing modes so often. And so it's the most consistent players that will be on top. Oh, we might have an opportunity for AdrianCifuentes.
Great step over there, direct into the box. Not sure if you've already player switch there to the right back. We're going to see this here. Oh, it's a bit unfortunate, it doesn't manage to. Outside of the boot finish there. And it's Spain, 5-4 leading against Israel in this game. Does Yuval have it in his locker to try and force another comeback to get to penalties? Sure, this time Adrian will try and keep possession. A lot more sensible than he did in regulation time.
I think Yuval will have one more chance.
Yeah, I think one chance. It's hard to keep possession at this high level for all those 8 or 9 minutes. It's done well to get that down the line. There's so much space opening up. Olmo into Ayozabal. He's going to try and trigger the run here. Possibly back across goal. It's going to be a goal kick. This is where the chance stems now. Yuval needs to be calm and composed. I spoke to him yesterday about how important it is to be decisive in key areas, and he's one of the players you have to always defend your best against, because he can spring an attack from nowhere, and he needs one now. 2 minutes left.
Great defending there from AdrianCifuentes. Let's see if he can hold on to possession for this last minute, but he doesn't.
The press is on. 1 minute at a time. He has to go forward now. Driven pass. Great tackle there. Couldn't find space in the box, and it's going to be Spain and AdrianCifuentes winning out this game against Yuval. Of course, commiserations to him. It was a tough game. And it felt like narrow margins just separates the two players, and that's what happens at this level.
Honestly, really good game to watch. Unfortunately, it was so close. Really well played for both of the players. I'm really sad right now, but yeah, sometimes it can happen.
Yeah, it definitely does at this level. Casey, talk me through how that game went, because we saw a lot of goals and a lot of chances.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a trend today. Very, very end-to-end. I think that these 6-minute halves really does pick up the pace, not just for the physical time, but even the way in which they're playing. It's constant. No one's really holding back. No one's really slugging out their opponent. And it's been very, very enjoyable to watch, and I hope that continues for the rest of the day.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of chances and a lot of goals, by the way. So that would be, was it 7 goals in the first game? Now we've seen 16 goals in 2 games.
Over 2 games.
It's unbelievable. A lot of action between the 2 games so far. We're going to send it down to eEuRO as an interview right now.
So I'm here with the next winner, Adrian. Congratulations first, you're in the semifinals. Tell us something about this crazy comeback and how you feel.
Yeah, it has been a really tough game. We know that before playing because Yuval is a great player. So we knew that, so the game is so difficult and we go through.
So you're going to face Anders in the semifinals. What do you think about that?
It will be a super match, I promise. So it's incredible to be in a semi-final, and we will go to the trophy, for the trophy.
Okay, great. And did you have any problems with the 95 base mode?
Yeah, it's a mode that I like so much. So I have really enjoyed this match. So I'm really happy.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck in the semi-finals. And we go back to the host desk.
Yes, thank you very much to eEuRO, and congratulations to Cifuentes. I'm joined here on the host desk by Brandon Smith. What a game!
Really entertaining. I mean, look, we've said this a little bit about 95 rated mode. It's different to Ultimate Team. Sometimes it can give you loads of goals or not much, but, you know, Ryan Pessoa said it right. That gave us 9 goals, extra time. I thought we were going to go to penalties at some point, but take a bow, AdrianCifuentes, he goes through and Israel are out.
And he showed real determination with that comeback, because at moments it looked like that game was gone for him.
I think there was, what, 2 goals in about 4 minutes in one of those moments' times. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to commentate on it. Otherwise, would have loved that. But fair play. Anders against AdrianCifuentes will be our semi-final. That's locked in on stone. Now it's time to go to the other side of the bracket, which is just as good.
It is. We will talk about that a little bit, but what we will do is we'll talk first about our Vivo player of the match. Now, we've picked a certain someone out, Mikel Oyarzabal, Brandon.
And this is what the beauty is with this 95 rated mode, because look, in normal Ultimate Team, he's not a 95 rated player, unfortunately, is Mikel. However, in this mode here, he has become an absolute monster. Played for a real pivotal part in that Spanish win there, and you saw an assist and a goal he did get in that game. It could have been so many players, but Mikel Oyarzabal, congratulations, you get our player of the match.
Absolutely, and well-deserved, and what a finish as well to win the game. We've also partnered up with one of our sponsors, Axi, to give you a little insight on how these players keep their cool. Let's take a look at the Axi Confidence Corner.
We're going to be focusing on iMertAL, otherwise known as Mert, who's somebody I know very well from across the years of competing. Somebody that prides himself on fast transitions, quick-paced FC24 games, and a lot of goals. And I'm sure he'll have his eyes on the prize.
I just like to play fast. I think my step overs are pretty good. In this game mode, I think step overs are really efficient. We don't have corners, crosses, so we'll see.
Hello and welcome back to the UEFA eEURO. My name's Etches and I'm on the host desk now by Casey. Casey, you've just watched an absolutely sensational quarterfinal. Let's talk about that.
Oh my goodness, what a fantastic match. I know everyone in the chat has loved every second of it. And I mean, pretty much sum it up, goals, goals, goals. And very end to end. At either time, both competitors never really gave up. We went into extra time. I wanted penalties, didn't get it, but AdrianCifuentes came out on top.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see if the people watching on our channels wanted penalties as well, because I also did, but I'm pretty sure the players probably would.
Probably
well,
not.
Cifuentes definitely didn't want to. Let's take a look then at our Booking.com bracket and see how things are looking as we're about to head in to another quarter-final. So we've got our first semi-final, and what a matchup that is. Anders Vejrgang against Cifuentes.
Yes, and we mentioned it before. We're sitting on 14 total goals of these first two quarter-final matches. A lot of those goals scored by Anders and Adrian, so I think that'll continue into that semi-final matchup. But I'm curious to see, will Anders go into this next one slow, or is he already heated up after that game against ST? What do you think?
Well, he actually did start slow in that first one for people that are just joining us here this evening. But, I mean, in true Anders fashion, he came back. When you're 2-0 up against Anders, doesn't really mean much because he has a great mentality. And earlier on in the show, he also spoke to us about how he still has a point to prove and he wants to show that to everyone. So it's going to be a fantastic semi-final. But let's stay on the topic of quarterfinals because we've got our host nation, Germany, and Umut taking on Turkey and iMertAL. Now, we'll go to iMertAL first because he was in Group B and there was a certain someone he knocked out of Group B in Levi David. So he can't be taken lightly, can he?
You can't, and it's very important to note that the qualifiers were very difficult to go through. You had to top your group, go through a lot of fantastic competitors, and that is exactly what he did. Also, he's been in the scene for a very long time. I believe it's his 5th season competing with this game, so I think he's going to come into this one composed, calm, because he's been here before.
He has been here before, the round of 16 in the E-Nations in 2023. Now let's go back on the topic of Umut and our host nation. Let's take a look at his player journey, shall we?
Umut, Germany. I think I would be really happy to win this tournament because it's my home country, it's representing Germany, and it's the last tournament of the year for me, so I will give it all to win it because it's also one of the biggest tournaments over the whole year, and of course I would also win some money, and money is always good. A lot of people watch it, and of course a lot of German people watch it, so of course I also want to do the German people proud, representing Germany for myself, and to make also the whole country proud. I don't think I have a rival, but I think the strongest opponent is Anders, and of course when I play against him I want to win. He's also my teammate, he's my friend, but if we play on the pitch we are not friends anymore, so yeah, I think that would be the most toughest match up. But what should I do with the pressure? I don't think about it anymore. It's just every day for me, and I think it's just okay, there's no pressure. I don't need to think about anything. I think it's just more easy. I'm proud to be here now, and I'm also really happy that the eEURO is in Germany, so I will give it all to win it.
Wow, what an opportunity it is for him to represent his nation in his home country. We saw the fun he was having with Anders there. I mean, I think we'll leave that for all the VTs, but there is a possibility, Case, that they could face each other tonight.
Yes, they are on opposite sides of the bracket, and so they will only meet in the final. But what a final that could possibly be. I mean, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, but we can't look too far ahead because this quarterfinal is going to be sensational. We've seen everything this evening so far. How do you see this one going?
Oh my goodness. The thing is, a lot of people are probably sitting here thinking, Umut, previous world champion, he's going to come out on top. But do not count out Turkey here because he's, like I said, been competing for a very long time. I don't think he's going to be intimidated by someone like Umut. So I can't even predict this one. I can't do it.
Our players are just getting ready now. And I mean, we'll mention that again about how they've both played at major tournaments. Umut, this is his 3rd time representing Germany at a tournament, which is an incredible achievement on its own. Case, I'm going to ask you, don't sit on the fence. Tell me and tell the viewers how you see it going.
I mean, it could go either way, so I will say that. I will not be shocked by either one, but I have to back Umut, I think. We're in Berlin, I'm going to back Umut.
Going with the host nation. It's time for our host nation, Germany, to take on Turkey. It's Umut versus iMertAL in our 3rd quarterfinal, and it is coming up next.
Well then, it's time for our next quarterfinal here at the UEFA eEuros, hosted here in Berlin. I mean, look, we got a great stellar cast here of talent on this desk as well. I mean, Ryan Pessoa, no affiliation to Germany or Turkey. And then we have eEuRO. Where do you see eEuRO? Because aren't you half Turkish? Plus,
yeah, true.
You were you born in Germany or not?
I was born in Germany, but my parents are from Turkey.
And then you're also teammates with Umut. So where do you see in this game?
I'm looking forward to this game the whole day because on the one side we have Umut, one of the best players in the world, and on the other side, Mert. He's competing for many years and has so much experience. So great game.
Hopefully it will be a great game. You heard Kay say it as well, Ryan. Look, iMertAL, he's been in this scene as long as we've been in this scene, hasn't he? He's been competing in so many different tournaments, but he's still here and he's still in the conversation.
Yeah, he's passionate. He's a top player, and I spoke to him yesterday. He's a fan of scoring goals, quick tempo play, quick transitions from defence to attack. You see some of his career winnings and his accomplishments on screen. He had to defeat Levi de Veer and Netherlands to top his group to reach this stage. He won a game by 13 goals in the group stage. He's scoring tons, and if it's anything to go by from what we've seen in the previous games, I'm hoping that this game follows suit as well.
Well, I mean, the last game you got the chance to cast on, Ryan, as well. 9 goals in extra time needed. I don't know about you, eEuRO, but I've been impressed by this 95 rated mode, which I thought could have played out a little bit differently.
Yeah, you have to play completely different. It's a complete different mode, so you have to practice a lot to get comfortable with this mode.
Well then, you've seen enough about Umut. $688,000 in prize earnings. A big chunk of that, Ryan, came from when he was world champion, which a lot of people do forget. Yeah. He is a world champion in his own right. He has been to the forefront, and he's basically won one of the biggest trophies you can win. He's not going to be at the World Championships this year, so this is really his last kick of a ball on FC24 of what he maybe could achieve, and if he could end it as an eEuRO champion, he'd certainly take that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I've said this before, and I said it to him as well. I feel like Umut gets disrespected. I don't think he gets the respect he deserves. He's the world champion, and I think, obviously, even being a world champion, he sometimes gets overshadowed by Anders. Obviously, this is a different competition, but usually partnered up together. And I just feel as if, for Umut, maybe this is a way just to show that if you can even reach the final, potentially play his teammate, maybe just set some ground rules down, Brandon, that he's the big dog. He's the guy you don't want to mess with.
How do you feel about that, eEuRO?
Yeah, I think, for me, Umut is one of the best players in the world, maybe the best player in the world. I mean, it was not his best season, but he was very unlucky this year. And this season it comes, it's about the playstyles, you know, and Umut was not really comfortable with playstyles. I think when it comes to play real football on the pitch, on the AFC, then Umut is the best. But this year it's not about playing football, it's about using playstyles.
And why do you think he's been so consistent as well, eEuRO? Because he's always there, he's always in the conversation, he's always in the big tournaments. Why is that for him?
Yeah, that's why, like I said, he's one of the best players in the world. For me, he is the best because he's playing the best football on the pitch.
It's the fundamentals. Everything is great.
And he's mentally very good.
And what have we been saying about this tournament, Ryan? It is basically a celebration of the best fundamental player on FC24. Well, let's lock into it now. Turkey against Germany. And let's see how this one is going to play out. I think we are on a quick pause on one side of the screen. Last couple of changes in camera settings. Winner of this one will go down to that bottom side of the bracket, which, as we said, you could be playing against Oberon or Andreas, Ryan Pessoa, which is also going to be potentially a crazy semi-final for whoever one of those two players pull through.
Yep, it could be a huge matchup regardless, as you said, of whoever makes it into the next round. And I think for iMertAL and Umut, to be fair, both players are known across the years of just through balls. A lot of balls in behind, a lot of quick attacks and goal-scoring opportunities. And I'm just hoping that we see a lot of goals in this game.
Well done. That's Germany's side. Let's take a little look at it, how he's been set up, if there's any interesting choices there. Leroy Sané as a left back. Ryan, why are we seeing that?
I think it's just the skill moves. I think it would be down as a winger in game. Or would it be a left midfielder, right midfielder? I'm not sure.
If it is going to be a left midfielder,
he wouldn't have 5-star skills.
But he would have more. He'd have more overall stats, better defensive stats. Could be an early chance here for him. If he can get his shot away, it's defended well by iMertAL.
Yeah, he needed to shot at this moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought as if maybe he overplayed it slightly. That's just the narrow margins at this level. Going to be direct again from iMertAL, trying to push down the wing.
both players have so many experience, like they're playing for many years. I'm still asking myself, are they nervous in such games?
I think the first game you're always nervous for. The first game is the most nervous, in my opinion, and after that you sort of find your feet. But the thing is about this competition, there's no loser bracket. It's lose a game and you're going home. So there's no time to sort of find your feet. You need to perform straight away, and Umut is on the attack here.
Well, here we go. Leroy Sané all the way from left back. Here's Muller! Oh. And into a pause it will go. Unfortunately, the worst pause that you can get. But right place, right time. Muller with a time green finish, making sure that it does fly into the back of the net. Perfect start there for Umut, eEURO.
Yeah, it's a classic Umut. He's dominating since the game started, like for 11 minutes, in-game minutes. Yeah, it's just a classic Umut.
Well, I asked a question earlier to the chat. I mean, I'll put it to you both as well. Who was the youngest icon to score at the Euros? I'll refresh the question now and get a few more answers in. Can you give me an answer?
Sure.
If you think you know the actual answer, you can give me the actual answer.
Are they English?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a hard question.
You say, wait, say that again. Sorry, ask the question one more time.
Youngest icon to score at the Euros, the final stage of the Euros.
Alan Shearer.
Are you locking that answer in?
Locking it in, yeah.
Right, he's locked in Alan Shearer.
Am I right or wrong?
It's not Alan Shearer.
Wayne Rooney.
Let's see what the chat's saying. Michael Owen, not Michael Owen. Did you have a guess, eEURO?
Maybe the Dutch strikers were really good.
Kai Havertz. Went for a red time finish there.
Maybe like Van Nistelrooy or something.
It's not Van Nistelrooy.
Who? Sorry, Brandon. Where's teasing Brandon? Sorry.
It is an English icon. He's not from the Netherlands. Leroy Sané. Kai Havertz look to try and pull away through. Remember, if you are wondering why certain players are out of position, as we said, playing a 95 rated mode here at the UEFA Euros, which does allow for certain players to go into different positions just to give you a bit more pace and threat going forward. Pretty aggressive there from Kaplan of iMertAL. Yamal. I mean, he's been great for Spain. I know he's pretty young, but he's not an icon. That wasn't the question. Maldini, unfortunate FPL champ. It's not Maldini. Again, it's an English icon. I feel like I might have the correct answer in a second. Not Muller. Did score a lot of goals in international tournaments, but not him.
Good press. Good counter, actually, really quickly here.
Hanoglu. And Yildiz out on this far-hand side. Can they try and work it in now? Turkey with their first real chance of the game. Kimmich does get turned. It could be a gift. Neuer.
Umut was very lucky in this moment.
Thought he was destined to concede there.
Yeah.
Just a quick passing. It felt as if the ball was just bouncing and bouncing the way of iMertAL there, but couldn't find a way because she was trying to build up. Building up a lot on this left-hand side for Turkey.
What do you think about when I say Umut is one of the best defenders?
I'd say...
He's really good at...
Hold on. Oh. That goes in. Wow. Fair enough. I didn't expect that to go in.
Well, Turkey, they've just equalised from a corner. We said corners might look a little bit differently today. Couple of step-overs.
Wow.
And just fancied a shot from that far out.
It's a green type shot across the face of goal. It caught me by surprise. I didn't.
All square. So the winner of this will play either Italy or Norway in that bottom half of the bracket here. To teach you the answer, it was Rooney. Ryan Pessoa, you were right. He was the youngest icon to bag a goal at the Euros.
Yeah, I gave you a little decoy answer initially. And then...
You just giving me that for the sake of it, were you?
Yeah, just keep the chat flowing, you know.
Yildiz. Got Schlotterbeck just chasing him down. Does do enough. The German centre-back.
Good press. End-to-end between both of these players. 5 minutes left already in this first half.
It's possessed again there. He's doing so well. He's all the way over to the left back of Kaplan, who will to form one of the last attacks of the first half. Can Umut hold his ground, or will there be another goal back for Turkey? Stotterberg here, there and everywhere. Time, if there'll be any, of just 1 minute. Trying to switch the play over, but you won't really expect to see a cross into the box right here, will you? Instead, just try and work it in.
Yeah, and Umut knows that as well, which it helps him defensively. You saw just the way you spoke about how good Umut defensively is, and that is a clear moment just to show it.
Absolutely. Well, at the halfway point in this game, as we said, it's 1-1 between Germany and Turkey. Someone else who's had an even better eye on all the action is our very own Case. What have you made of the first 45 in-game minutes?
Yes, such a great first half here. I'm going to show you guys the first goal from Turkey as it comes, because it was a bit of a shock as we see it here play on the board. He does start off on the wing, but he quickly passes it into Kaplan, into Kanagu. He stops here. The step over is very important. He has a few options, as we see. A lot of people might think that he might pass it into here, maybe pass it up to the right, but that is not what he does. I believe Ryan was shocked up there. Let's see exactly what he does. He takes it green timed across the goal. Absolute banger. And we love surprises here. We love outside of the box goals. And that is exactly what he does, because it is 1-1 for the game across the board. And let's see if we see more of those, because that was so much fun to watch. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Case. And look, I think the point on top of that was he's not got 99 shooting. You know, as Kanoglu, he's good enough. But to take that shot it's a bit of a risky one, really, isn't it, Ebru? It's not a 100% chance of going in.
Yeah, I was very shocked when Umut conceded his goal, because he was completely dominating in this match so far, and then this goal came from nothing. So, and then after this goal, he lost a little bit of control.
Oh, then straight back underway. Yeah, I've just tuned in. We are live here from Berlin, one day only. Celebrating the best 8 nations in this UEFA eEuros. Of course, Germany, the host nation, they did get an invite into this one. 7 other nations had to go through a grueling qualification process where only one nation from each of those groups would pull through. Turkey, one of those names that did so well. Here's the goal scorer coming back to support his team. We saw a couple of subs, Ryan, but do you think they will play an important part here? I think especially wingers-wise and strikers-wise late into games when you might not have the same stamina as you'd be used to having maybe an ultimate team.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to have the relentless base style as well, and I think for the attackers anyway, with the 5-star skills for the wingers and the strikers, I think that's important to have as an option off the bench. Could be unfortunate, it's fallen the way. Ouch. That's a painful one.
Have Turkey got a striker? Or have they just got a centre midfielder that just keeps on popping up with all the goals, Ebru?
Yeah, but I must say it's very unlucky for Umut. I mean, this goal is not really, nice to concede.
What can you... Oh, he's intercepted. Great ball from Sane. Great ball.
Yeah, this is what I said. I mean, Umut is this year very unlucky. I don't know where it came from.
That's an unbelievably unlucky goal to concede for him. He can't do anything there. He's done his job to intercept it. Sometimes that just happens. Your opponent gets the rub of the green, Brandon, and iMertAL takes the lead.
I think unlucky is a good word to describe that, Ebru, because it doesn't even mean to say it, but I think 3 years in a row, Umut's been 1 game away from a world championship. And in this scenario here, he has to brush it to a side. He will get chances, he will create a chance, but for Leroy Sane, I don't think he'll be playing much longer.
Yeah, and Ebru, you know Umut very, very well. How would he be feeling at this moment? You speak about how important mental side of things are. How professional is he in these moments?
I mean, it's not a cool situation for him, but he's very professional. He stays calm, and he's always good for a comeback, so he also has enough time.
Let's see if we can see that comeback now from him. Still got 13 game minutes left, but 6-minute halves. 4 minutes in real life time, it will zoom past. Tony Cruz, of course, just played in his final Euros here, will be playing a pivotal part here. Kai Havertz, can he get on the right side? He can! Umut! Back in the game! Instant reply after just conceded.
Doesn't even flinch. Just the job's not finished. He needs to carry on going. He knows that there's still a long way left in this game. There'll be more goals, and this was his way back into the game. Toni Kroos, great ball, as we see in real life as well, what he's associated with. The goalkeeper movement would have thrown a lot of players off there, but he kept composed and trusted himself to green time it across the face of goal.
We've just missed another goal.
Wait,
We've just missed another goal. Umut just made a third.
Hold on.
When did that happen?
This is what happened. We were looking at the second goal on the replay. Kai Havertz, 2 in 2 minutes. Germany are back in front. Ryan Pessoa, what on earth has just happened?
There was the fastest comeback I ever seen in AFC.
What?
It might not be much, though. Straight down the other end. Neuer doesn't knock. I will let you speak in a second. But there's constant action here in the UEFA eEuros. Corner comes in. Turkey towards that back post. It's 3-0.
What is going on? Rory Feldman said it would be rare to see corner goals, and we've seen one. Whipped in, played short. Just a step over towards the edge of the box, ball inside. It's not even green, it's mistimed, and he still finds the back of the net. But for iMertAL, that's a big goal, because conceding 2 in quick succession like that, Ebru, could really knock your confidence.
I mean, we'll have a split second to have a breather there, but what happened, and especially to see a corner like that go in 95 rated mode, we didn't think we'd see too much in the air. But for Turkey, iMertAL, no, I'm still going to play a cross into the box.
Yeah, it's the I think the most exciting game today. So, and the fastest comeback I ever seen in my life.
Umut, we were celebrating his second goal, Ryan. Went to score the third. Kai Havertz has come into form, hasn't he?
That is genuinely a click of a blink of an eye. Genuinely, and he scored from it. But Kai Havertz has been strong for Umut in this game so far. But he knows that there's still a way to go, and he needs to just keep performing well. And for his sake, try and shut out iMertAL, who scores a lot of goals, one of the top scorers in this competition.
Well then, we've been to extra time before in our last matchup. Are we about to see it again, or potentially? A hat-trick. From Kai Havertz. Turkey on the hump. Now Honoglu looking for a hat-trick as well after scoring 2 goals already for Turkey. He's been much more than a centre midfielder and a captain in this team. He's been the talisman. Oh, it's brilliant. Fee. Oh, iMertAL!
Whoa. Oh,
that was excellent.
Yeah. That's a great goal. Wow. I can't wait to see the replay of that shortly. Look at this here. There's the dribbling here. The step over, the green time across goal. Not any time to move the keeper across, and it's fantastic, fantastic movement there from iMertAL and Turkey in this game.
Well, he did win the Turkish Cup this season on the build-up to qualifying for this tournament, and won it by 10 goals at 2. He's certainly not afraid to be super offensive where he needs to. Once again for Germany. His time is Umut. For then finding a gap through here. Is there a cutback? Goes in the air. Has he got the height? He hasn't. There was a time period header there available, Ryan, but it was Kai Havertz.
Yeah, couldn't find enough trajectory to get it just behind one of the defenders, because it was 2 men surrounding Kai Havertz in the box. Maybe an ultimate team that could have found its way to the attacker. Hold on.
Could have been a gift there for Dennis Undav. Müller, Cruz. Ball on the finesse! And just like that, we're all square once again.
iMertAL had his head in his hand straight away. He knew that's a vital error to make in this game, and it's given Umut a way back into this game. Straight away, you'll see just the outpour of emotion. There's Coltoning in. There's still time. You've got to keep focused, keep calm and composed, and hope to get a goal before extra time.
Yunus, all the way down from right back. He nearly found a perfect cutback. Two and a half in-game minutes left. I think we might be going into another 30. Was Umut got something special for us in this last attack of the game, potentially, and in time. It's come any second now. He needs to get that ball inside the half of Turkey, which he will do. No added time, or just a minute. Tries to stretch this Turkey back line from left to right. Can he now find the gaps in between? Tony Cruz. Muller turns. Oh! Germany! On home soil strike in the 90th minute! And they will send Turkey out of the UEFA eEuros! He's a world champion for a reason! It's heartbreak on one side of the stage! But for Germany, they survive and live to fight another day in the semi-finals.
It's emotional for iMertAL Turkey, but I have to say this. Fantastically worked goal from Umut, I'll be honest. Just the build-up play, utilising the last moments on the clock there. That's a lesson for people at home. Play for the last attack so your opponent has no time to respond. And that's exactly what Umut done very, very well there, Ebru.
Yeah, this is Umut. I mean, he stays calm till the end. He is not getting nervous about what happened in the game when you were very unlucky. He stays calm and plays his game till the end.
Didn't even celebrate.
Yeah, this is Umut. Yeah.
We said as well moments in that game that Umut was a little bit unlucky. Maybe that rub of the green was on his side there at the end, Ebru.
Yeah, true.
Unbelievable scenes there in the Euros. We thought we had extra time on the cards again. No, we didn't. Umut proving why he deserved that invite to represent Germany here in Berlin. He goes through, and as we said, he could be playing against Obrun or Andreas of Norway. Maybe later on that could be a great semi-final.
Yep, great semi-final. Of course, on paper, you'd say Obrun is the favourite. But again, Andreas, sort of his breakthrough year. We've seen him in a few competitions this year, and I'm sure he'll be hoping he can just go that extra step further and make a name for himself. We
said about Umut being consistent, Ebru, as well.
Yep.
Always in the conversation, always in the game. That was a great example there, wasn't it, how he ended it?
Yeah, like I said it before, he's consistent, he stays calm, and yeah, that's it.
And remember, just to tease you, if there is a world that Germany and Denmark were to get into that grand final, it would be two teammates going head-to-head for the first ever UEFA eEuros Championship, which, of course, as we said, it could happen, but it would require, of course, a few more matches down the line.
Yeah, of course, Andreas would have to overcome AdrianCifuentes, which won't be an easy game. He's somebody that will be brimming with confidence after beating yuval, and of course, you still have the other quarterfinal to unfold to see who plays Umut.
Absolutely, as we said, we are moving thick and fast through this UEFA eEuros. One more quarter-final still to come here. Italy, of course, taking on Norway. $100,000 on the line here. We've already said goodbye to 3 nations. There is still one more nation to go through to the semis and one more to go home. But for now, let's check in with our winner, and he's with Casey now.
Yes, I'm here with the winner, Umut of Germany. And first, we're going to go over the Vivo Player of the Match, which just so happens to be the game winner, Vejrgang. Umut, as we see this replay here, talk us through how important this player was to you in this game.
Yeah, of course, I take the last attack because otherwise it would be stupid. And here I just play around the box. I see Vejrgang was free, direct passing, green time finish into the long corner. Yeah, it was also a little bit luck in the game. His player was passing before that goal, really strange. So yeah, in that case I was a little bit lucky, but yeah, of course I'm gonna take it.
Obviously, Vejrgang has been fantastic for you in this competition, but how exciting is it to play with the German national team? Because you don't often get to do it as you're playing with Ultimate Team. So how has that been for you?
Of course, it's nice to play also with German players, and there are also some players in the squad we're friends with in real life, so it's nice. For example, Vejrgang is really tall, he's striker, you just need to play him, but still it's nice to play with some different players and some players you never play in Ultimate Team.
Now, all of these games have been so fast-paced with these 6-minute halves, but it seems like the playstyle is also very forward, very rushed. How are you able to keep your composure throughout that whole game? Because it was so end-to-end, so many goals on both sides.
Yeah, of course, it's different to Ultimate Team. You need to change your playstyle. I think you need to play here a little bit faster because, yeah, I don't know, the step overs are crazy and tall players just run forward. The strikers are so fast, and in Ultimate Team it's not that crazy. So I also changed a little bit my playstyle. It's also not easy for me, to be honest, because normally I play a little bit more calm, but yeah, I need to adapt that.
All right, Umut, well, I will let you get ready for the next round. Thank you so much and congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
But we are going to see how Andreas keeps his cool in the Axe Confidence Corner.
So this is the Axe Confidence Corner, and I'm going to be focusing on Andreas from Norway. He likes to attack quickly, create a lot of chances, and score a lot of goals. Despite it being his breakthrough season, he's definitely someone you want to keep an eye on.
The decision making, and also I'm able to score against anyone that I play, and I'm always scoring a lot of goals. So I think that it's going to be that attack that separates me from the rest of the players.
Hello and welcome back to the UEFA eEuros. We're one game away from determining our final four in full. Let's take a look at the bracket brought to you by Booking.com. Joining me on the host desk is Brandon Smith. What have you made of it so far?
It's been crazy. I mean, we've had extra time. We had a 90th minute winner there from Germany that we just saw, but this is the bracket, as we said, with Booking.com. One game left to go, and it's Italy against Norway to set up our final four. I mean, really get into the prize pool. As we said, someone tonight will be winning $30,000. And of course, picking up the UEFA Euros trophy for the first ever time.
And when you look at that three that are already through and the potential of the four from this one, we've got two players. One man who's very new to the scene, Andreas, who's done fantastically well in Norway this year, and he's new on the FC scene.
I think he's a player that we can't underestimate coming into this one. I would honestly go and say he even could be like a rookie of the year, Andreas. He's come out, he's won his local virtual league, he's played in quite a few tournaments, he was involved in a recent UEFA Champions League as well in London, and really, in Norway, he's the player that they have to use in this competition, so I would not overlook him. He's been getting in the reps this year, and I think he maybe could cause a bit of a stir in this bracket.
And we've seen so many things going on in this, and he's playing Oberon, who won Group C. Fantastic player, has been around for a very, very long time. And let's head and see some more about Oberon, shall we?
Oberon, Italy. I don't know if I'm the favorite. I am always confident when I play and just want to enjoy every single moment of this tournament, and I will do my best. Now we start to the quarterfinal, and of course, like, it's the final, but we have to think about every single game. I think it's very good to have like a good qualifier, because I think you have also good vibes for the tournament, and you arrive maybe better than the others. My passion comes from my big brother, because I always play with him from like since 6 years old. So he teach me everything, and now I have to represent at best my nation, but also to make him proud. My last tournament that I won, it was the Serie A 2 years ago. So I want to win, and with the Italy jersey is, I think, much better. I think that maybe it's the perfect end to this incredible journey. It will be like an incredible thing. It will be a dream.
It's time for our final quarter-final of the evening. It's Italy versus Norway and Oberon versus Andreas, and it's coming up next.
It's a big one. Italy up against Norway. I'm Ryan Pessoa, joined by Casey, and also Italian pro player Akacha. How are you feeling for this game?
I feel really nervous, to be honest, because watching is not like playing, and I hate it, but
yeah,
we are here to support Oberon, of course. I'm here to support Oberon, and it will be a really good game to watch, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting game. Some stats for you before we kick off this game. Oberon, of course, qualifying through Group C, going unbeaten and conceding the joint fewest goals in the qualification tournament alongside Anders. And of course, we've seen Oberon throughout the years. We saw him earlier on in the season performing extremely well. Andreas as well, a Norwegian champion. It's his breakthrough season, as he's a relatively new player on the EAFC scene. And he qualified through Group E, only losing one game. So he's someone to look out for. And I'm sure we'll be excited to get into it, because playing at land compared to playing at home is a major, major difference.
I will say also, Andreas beat two very, very massive players in the qualifying stage, Tuga from Portugal and RVP Legend from Romania.
Massive
and
names.
so to take out those names going into this one must give him some confidence.
It's going to be Norway, of course, kicking from right to left in their strip, and Italy from left to right. Mentioned this a few times, but we've seen a number of goals. It's going to be Norway straight on the attack. Oscar Barber shot across goal, and that is it straight away. A one-goal lead for Andreas and Norway. The celebration comes out. The trademark swig of the water bottle, and he takes a one-goal lead in this game, and Akacha, not the start that Italy and Oberon would have wanted.
No, not at all, to be honest. Good build-up from Andreas. He didn't cross the corner because I think he has Haaland, no, I think. But no aerial, so he knows it, and he plays short. Yeah. And he went really good build-up and free shot from the last 16.
If there was a way you would set up this squad, and again, I'll just remind those at home, if you're unfamiliar, you just tuned in now. It's 95 rated modes, so every single player on both of these squads are 95 rated. The attackers have certain play styles to go along with them. The midfielders have their own set of play styles and stats and skill moves and weak fit. Same with the defenders. How would you build your squad?
To be honest, it's really hard, because you have to adapt on which player you have in your national team. For example, for Italy, we are playing on right back for Russia, which is a center mid.
Yep, hold on a minute, a mistake! Great save there, could have found an equalizer for Italy. Do you find it difficult to change the way you would set up your squad? Because obviously in Ultimate Team, aerial plus play style is so important for crosses. Do you still look for the same thing in this 95 rated mode, or do you try to get players that maybe are more nimble, a little bit shorter in front of goal?
Yeah, because I think you can't count on aerial plus, because you can't cross literally. The player will not get the ball. So even if you use long, tall attacker because we use Skamaka, they have Haaland. The purpose is not to cross, but because they are better in sprint boost.
Here is a cross, back post Haaland, didn't get, could have been a mistake. I think that's going to be a corner. We saw a corner earlier on that led to the first goal case. It's going to be Haaland, again, played short. The exact same setup.
Doesn't quite work for him this time. I think we're going to see a lot more corners taken short just because we are not seeing a lot of those aerial possessions here. I have a question for you, Kasha. Height is definitely into play here, and I was talking to Oberyn earlier, and he said he was a little bit worried. You have the Haalands on the other side. How are you offsetting the Italian team when some of the players are a bit shorter than the other nations?
To be honest, I think Oberyn is just not worried of the fact that Norway is bigger player. So maybe Andreas can use better those players. I have no idea. But for the match I saw, also in training, header are not the best. So I think Italy team maybe is better in this mode.
Yeah, it's going to be Norway though pushing forward. Andreas couldn't find space in the box there. You can see just the way he's got an imprint and a blueprint to build up his attacks. It's just quick passing on one side, or quick dribbling, sorry, on one side. Passing, trying to rotate possession and recycle to the other side and try and find a driven pass to the attacker. It's going to be Oberyn on this case now, building up.
Also, let us know in the chat who you think will be going through this quarterfinal game, whether it'll be Italy or Norway. We want to see who you're rooting for, who you think is going to win, because we are watching the chat as well as the game.
Do you know what I want to see, Casey? I want you to give a prediction.
Everyone keeps asking me to do that.
Right,
it's so difficult.
Hold on a second. I'll ask you again as this attack unfolds. I feel as if there could have been a chance, but it was well-structured defending there from Oberyn. I'm not letting you get away with that. What is your prediction for this game? Obviously, it's come 30 minutes or so into the game. Could be easy for you to say Norway, or do you think Oberyn's experience could pull him back?
Yeah, I mean, we can never count out a player like Oberyn, who's been in the scene for quite a while. We know he has the composure to come back in a game like this, but I've been very, very impressed. See, we almost had an opportunity for the equalizer.
Thought he overplayed it.
That's it.
But he didn't. Managed to find a way to keep possession there. Turn inside on the left foot and find the corner. And a catch, that's such a big goal for Oberyn.
Yeah, little luck in the rebound, but then in the box, really composure here with the ball roll. And then he found the spot to shot with the left foot. And it's 1-1. Really good composure from Oberyn here.
Yeah, the patience there was very, very impressive from Oberyn. A lot of people might freak out in that situation. You get the ball instantly back, and he was ready for it, and he was able to finish. And that puts the game at 1-1 across the board. But to answer your question, Ryan, on the prediction, I will have to say Oberyn on this one. I think that the veteran in this scene does have the upper hand in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Andreas to try and break down Oberyn. I always associate Oberyn as someone that sort of comes into his best as the game goes on. He seems very calm and composed. He doesn't really let preceding goals knock him off. He seems to just keep pushing and keep playing.
Yeah, it's just experience, I think, at this level. Oberyn plays top level since 2 years, so he's not afraid of going 1-0 down at third minute. We see a lot of comebacks in these 3 matches before. So he was not pushing. He was really composed in the box.
I will say, though, this is not the type of game mode for the player that takes a little while to warm up, because the game is over by the time you're warming up. And so I'm hoping, we've seen in a couple of competitions that Oberyn, it does take him a little while to get into his own, but I think maybe he has anticipated the fact that it is 6-minute halves, and so he is ready to go in this one. So I think we're seeing him in the zone a little bit earlier than we would.
Yeah, there is no room to mistake here. You have no time to react.
Yeah, here he is. Paylock cancels, couldn't find the shot through the bodies of defenders in the box there. Got a question, actually, we have trivia here for the chat and for both of you, Casey and Akacha. Who has the most appearances for Italy in the Euros?
I think I have I have 2 names.
Go on, let me hear it.
I am doubting if Buffon or Maldini. I'm gonna say Maldini.
Okay. I'm not gonna confirm if you're correct or not. Okay, I'm not gonna. I will let the chat try and give their predictions here as this attack, or last attack for the first half, unfolds. Good defending there from Oberyn. We go into the break leveled. sort of both players just cancelling each other out. Good defending from both players as well in important areas.
I've been super impressed with all of these games. They've been very, very end-to-end across the board. No game is really dominant on one side, and it makes it a very entertaining game for everyone watching. But going into the second half, do we think that either of them will change up anything, or just hope that it swings their way? What do you think?
I think Auburn will keep playing like this because from an external point of view, I think he's growing up in the build-up, in the defense. So if I'm Auburn, I'm more confident going to in the second half. But Andreas is playing good as well. He's really a balanced game.
If you were sat behind Auburn right now, what would you be telling him?
Keep playing like this, play your game, stay calm and focused, and you will get it.
Do you think for players this year, obviously we're very used to now playing a best of 1 9-minute halves, 6-minute halves used to be the norm, but that's changed this year. Do you think it's difficult to change that? From your experience, you find it a lot harder to transition from playing a best of 1 9 minutes to a 6-minute half because you have less time, you have to manage the game a lot differently?
Yeah, because in a 9-minute game, you can try different things. Like, okay, I will play first half like this, first 30 minutes like this, then I will try, I don't know, crossing, finesse, trivela. In this game, I think you don't have time. You have to take the right choices at the right moment. So you have to understand before how to play that game and to have a right plan to win the game.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Twitch messages in the chat. I'm seeing Maldini, Buffon, Chiellini.
FG says Chiellini or Bonucci. Could those be right?
Could be.
If it was me, before even checking that, I would have said Buffon. Here we have AdrianCifuentes waiting in the wings in the players' lounge, looking to see who will advance into the next stage. Potentially, this could be somebody that, if AdrianCifuentes wins, could play in the final if they manage to overcome Umut. But the answer is actually Bonucci.
Bonucci.
I didn't know. I would have said Buffon.
You're both wrong.
I think because Bonucci got 2 finals of Euros.
So it's one more game than Buffon. I would have been wrong, I'll be honest. I would never have said him. I'll be completely honest.
Yeah, it's not about consistency, it's about the quality of the run at Euros for Bonucci.
Yeah. We saw the quick glance at Spain and AdrianCifuentes is sitting, waiting and watching this game. As a player, would you rather be practicing in these moments, or would you just want to see what your opponents are doing and how they play?
To be honest, I prefer to relax, not playing. Because I feel when you are in a good momentum, if you keep playing a lot, you will lose the momentum. It's like you lose battery. It's like this, in my opinion. So you need to relax and to chill a bit. And so what Adri is doing is good.
Is there ever a situation that too much practice is actually a detriment?
Yeah, for sure. I think, just to repeat myself, if we are playing good, you don't have to play too much.
Hold on, what ball could have found the edge? A ball from the edge, sorry, could have found the player in the box, but sorry, continue as you were saying.
Yeah, if you're playing good, for me, you don't have to play a lot because, like, what you have to improve. If you're playing good, if you're winning, just stop playing and you will get winning again.
Momentum.
Yeah, I know I'm bombarding you with questions, Akachi, but I'm very interested here. When it comes to practice, do you prefer to sort of focus on learning a mechanic in the game or try and get better at it, or is the aim just to win? Or do you have targets in the game that you want to accomplish when you're practicing?
It depends. I think every pro players, when there is a training session, you have to divide the training session by phase.
Yeah.
So, for example, you want to try new things. Okay, you try, you learn, and then you play for win using that tactics, that mechanics, whatever it is. So it depends on the situation, of course. Before of the tournament, you want to play for win, for example.
Course, yeah.
When it's a long time before the tournament, you want to train for learn mechanics.
Open there, trying to find a way through the defense. He's got a throw on very high up the pitch here.
It seems as if both players have slowed the game down a little bit in this second half, because the first half was go, go, go from the very start. And I think that they kind of needed to get their composure back here. We'll see if it speeds up when it gets into the real nitty-gritty of the last half of the game. But it's definitely slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, great ball there, trying to find the shot. Again, Andreas just having bodies behind the ball to stop any chance at goal, and he's turned defense to attack within an instant. Larson building up here on the attack. Doesn't have a lot of support near him. Plays it across the box there and comfortable for Oberyn to defend.
Both players are defending really good in the box, in my opinion. So maybe a trivela, finesse. I know there is no Pelestyle Plus here, but it can be a solution here.
We saw actually in the previous game a shot from the outside of the box that you wouldn't always think would go in. Maybe if you can green time it and get the angles perfect.
To be honest, these players have crazy stats. Like the striker have 95 shots, I think.
Yes, unbelievable.
So why not trying?
Yeah. Here's Oberyn again. trying to look and see if there's any space. They hit to the edge there. Little knock up, he didn't want that, and they couldn't find the space to bring it down. Haaland could be in behind here, but it's going to be sensible for Andreas to try and keep possession, but to no avail as Obrun wins it back straight away again.
We've seen a lot of players today kind of defend with ease, and I've chatted to a few, and they're saying that the AI is a little bit stronger with this mode, and so a lot of players are utilizing those CDMs and letting it do that for him. Is that something that Obrun noticed as well?
Yeah, for sure. The CDMs, I think they have 97 defense.
Wow.
So they are, I think, like the defenders. So they defend really good, but you know, body type maybe is not so big, so they're also quicker on the ball, they have better dribbling, so they are the perfect players, I think, in this mode.
Yeah. You spoke about just letting the AI just sort of mirror attack their opponent's attackers' movements. Andreas has been very, very good at that. Been noticing the way he's defending. He's cutting the lanes manually, but also using second-man press very well, forcing Obrun to go all the way back when trying to recycle possession.
Yeah, both are playing really good, to be honest. Obrun can't find the space at the moment. His build-up is slow, and Andreas can defend really good with his CDM and fullbacks.
Now we're getting down to the last 9 minutes here, which will go by in the blink of an eye. And so we'll see what each player is able to do as Norway is on the pursuit as the clock quickly trickles down. But we've only seen 2 goals in this game. So this game is a little bit slower than our first couple of games that we saw 14 goals in the first 2.
Yep, lower scoring by quite some distance, to be fair. Ball over the top here. Obrun again on the attack. Player look. First time pass, in behind again. Ball roll, finesse.
The composure. Composure,
exactly as you said, into the top corner. Obrun breaks the deadlock. That's a huge, huge goal at a key moment in this game. Akacha, break down that attack for me, because it felt as if as this replay comes in, Obrun just made the right choices at the perfect moment.
Yeah, perfect. To be honest, the momentum was by his side, because I feel that Obrun was getting the ball. Obrun was getting the ball really easily. Andreas was pushing so much, maybe the pressure killed him.
Yeah.
And Obrun doesn't forgive his opponent at this level. He's a top world-class player.
Yep.
And we can see from this composure attack.
Yep, he's got his coach behind him. Everyone roaring and celebrating apart from Obrun. He knows there's still time left in this game for Andreas to get a goal back in this game, Casey. And if he wants to, he probably has one chance.
That's it.
I think you've just got one chance. I can't actually remember the exact minute, maybe 84th minute in game. Yeah, so it's tough. You don't really have a lot of time to...
I think 2. Maybe with 2 more of extra time,
yeah,
he can have 2. I don't know, if maybe he should try to push this, to try to recover the ball fast.
Yeah, so would you
have 2.
Yeah, would you attack quickly then, as you said, just to make sure?
For sure.
Yeah.
Because, you know, 90 minutes is like, I don't know how to say, it's crazy, no?
Yeah.
So you want to attack at 90, 91, and you have the ball at 85, you can't keep the ball 5 minutes.
No way, yeah.
So for me, I push, then with constant pressure, I try to break the possession of my opponent. And
yeah, so that's if you're attacking or concentrating. What would you do if you're in Obrun's shoes right now? Obviously, you know that if you defend and you don't concede, you're through to the next round. You're in the semi-finals of the UEFA eEuros. What does he change? Does he just keep it the same, or?
Yeah, for me, first of all, it will be really comfortable because he's a defensive player, as a play style. So he knows what he has to do. We talked about this, and I said, when you have to defend, please switch to 4-4-1-1. He said, no, I'm not sure about that. So if I am him, I switch, but I think he will not. But we will see. For sure, he has to keep the ball if he gets it.
Yep, and he's going to have to just defend against an onslaught of attacks from Andreas. 4 minutes left in this game, plus added time. Was Andreas who took the lead early on. That's offside.
If he's good, it's over.
Yep, and that's possession given back to Obrun, who, as you mentioned, is very defensive, is very sensible in these key moments, and he knows that if he just keeps possession sensibly here, he'll find himself in a huge, huge matchup against Umut in the semi-finals.
You need a free kick.
Oh, it's beautiful play. It's smart. It's going to go to the corner flag. Skamaka does enough to keep it in. Plays it back to Barella. It's 1 minute at a time, and there is no way going to be enough time for Andreas to get back into this game. And there we have it, the closest game in terms of goals scored we've seen so far today. And commiserations to Norway and Andreas, but a huge victory, Casey, for Italy and Oberon.
Yeah, Oberon made those last few minutes look a lot easier than it actually is, because holding
Genuinely.
the ball with
Yeah.
constant press is very, very difficult, but it looked very, very easy for him. But it's not a surprise, as he's one of the best defenders in the world and a vet in this scene with the composure. He did it well, and commiserations again to Norway for Andreas, because it was a very good game for him. He started off very, very strong, but it is Oberon who came out on top.
Yep, and Oberon will be playing against Umut in the semi-finals. We'll see that shortly on in today's stream. And Akacha, it's a big result for Italy. It's a massive result. You spoke about nerves watching it. How nervous were you watching those last moments when Oberon tried to keep the ball?
Yeah, but to be honest, when I see Oberon scoring at 85, I know he will not concede a goal because I trust him.
Yeah.
I think he trusts also himself.
Yeah, definitely
And
does.
in fact, he played perfectly. Offside trap to put onside Andreas, and when he got the ball at 86, he kept the ball really easily, to be honest, until 91, 92. So he was really comfortable in that moment. He doesn't suffer pressure. That was his strong point.
Yep, and that is exactly why he is one of the best players in the world, and that's why he won that game. We'll be able to hear from him. He's at the host desk right now.
Yes, thank you very much to Ryan Pessoa and everyone in the commentary. We're joined here by Oberon, our semi-finalist. And first things first, the game. It started a bit indifferently for you. You conceded a really early goal from Oscar Bob, but you recovered great. How you feeling?
Yeah, it was, of course I'm happy. It was like a difficult start, and for me it was not the ideal, I think, for everyone. Also because it was like a goal that was really hard to defend. It was like just two driven pass that was like on the, it was goal. So I'm happy that I did a great comeback. So it was a close match, and so I think it was like maybe the only one close match in the quarterfinals. So I'm happy that the Italian defense is still good.
In terms of that Italian team, it's a very different Italian team that maybe Italian fans would be expecting. I think technically you've got a silver defender in at right back who's obviously 95 in this mode.
Yeah.
How did you build this Italian team? Because it's very different to maybe the traditional team that we actually saw at the Euros.
Yeah, and it was also different from the team that I used in the qualifier, because I used a lot Colpani and Moise Ken. They were really, really good in the qualifier. So I changed a lot. I practiced a lot to change tactics, because when you change players, you have to change also the way you play. So, but it's a good team, and the silver card maybe is the best card in that team.
Well, let's talk about another player as well, Retegi, who scored twice for you. He's our Vivo player of the match. Yeah, he scored goals, but he was great for you as well.
Yeah, I used him I didn't use him in the qualifier, but this time it was his moment, and he scored this was maybe a bad decision to not shoot in that position, but the second was really, really good.
I was just about to say there, your silver defender was the assister of the first goal. Retegi there coming forward. How are you feeling in that moment? Because I saw you shaking when you were drinking from your water bottle.
Yeah.
You were shaking.
Yeah, it was.
That moment there is real composure, and that's what you're all about.
Yeah, it was like it was a difficult match, I think, and so it was happy, but I have to be calm because I know that it was hard to defend the last chance for him. So it was happy, patient.
Calma.
I need calma, yeah.
Calma. Well, okay, all quarterfinals are done. So let's head over and have a look at the bracket presented by Booking.com. Now, your opponent coming up next is Umut, who's representing the host nation. We're in the lovely city of Berlin. I imagine there's going to be no favours from your side.
He's really, really good. So everything can happen. It will be good. I wanted to face him in the first World Cup, but I lost in the semi-final, and so now it's time to show my skill.
That as well, Brandon. The first semi-final, may I say, Anders Vejrgang's back, and he's up against Spain, and what a game that'll be.
Yeah, about 30 seconds time, I'll be running up to that commentary booth, and I cannot wait to commentate on that guy. He was doing a little bit of the old Cole Palmer celebrations as well. He's certainly enjoying his life here in Berlin at the Euros, but he's got a difficult opponent in front of him in Andreas.
And we have got two absolutely fantastic semi-finals. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you in the semi-final. We're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be back very, very shortly for what's going to be an incredible set of matches. Hello and welcome back to the eEuros. You might have noticed we're about to head into our semi-finals, but something's changed on the table. This is the ball that'll be used in the actual Euro 2024 semi-finals and the final. What a beauty it is, Ryan. What are you like on the real pitch? We know you're all right on the virtual pitch.
About the same in real life, I'm right, just quick. That's really it, to be honest.
What, you're quick and you score goals with this?
They say that's the actual ball. Not if I've got anything to do with it, I'll be honest. I might need that for 7-a-side at home. I could take that.
Well, listen, thankfully for everyone watching this, Ryan won't be using it, but everyone in the Euro semi-finals and the finals will be. It's an absolute beauty. And let's stay on the topic of semi-finals and take a look at our bracket presented by Booking.com. Two unbelievable games. The final four is not disappointing. Our semi-final number one, Anders Vejrgang against Cifuentes, representing Spain. How do you see this one going?
A massive game. I'm always excited when Anders is in the latter stages of tournaments just because he tends to come alive. But his opponent, AdrianCifuentes, is a top player, and he overcame yuval, which is a tough opponent as well. I'm sure he'll be reveling in the fact that he's playing against arguably the favorite in this competition. So for some players, that pushes them to the next gear.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and speak to our analyst, shall we? Casey is somewhere in the studio. I think the camera's going to find her. There we go. There she is. And she's going to talk a little bit more about it.
Yes, I have an analysis for you. Some amazing moments to choose from. So many goals have been scored, but I have 2 moments to show you guys. Let's get straight into it. The first one is going to be Anders in the final minutes of the game, 55th actually, against ST92 as he travels up to pitch with wind. Keep an eye on that one right there because he does score the final goal. Delaney dribbling outside of the box. Højbjerg into wind across the goal. And that is just one of the many goals that Anders scored in that game here. We see the celebrations. On to the next one. Cifuentes running down the wing with Marino. He was just so impressive in this game. Another game with massive goals. The step over in, shoots again across the board, and that is the game winner. We see the elaborate celebrations from Adrian there because that did win him the game. And those 2 players that you saw celebrations are going up against each other in the semifinals. And so get ready for it. You'll see more of those goals very soon. But I'll let you get back to it. Back to you, FG.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, it is honestly going to be a sensational semi-final here. It's Anders Vejrgang against Cifuentes. It's Denmark versus Spain, and it's coming up next.
Well then, here we go. Semi-final time here at the UEFA eEuros, and it's safe to say both those players enjoyed that walkout. I think one person might have enjoyed it a little bit more in Anders Vejrgang. Speaking of Danish FC Pro players, there's one in the commentary box with me, which I'm excited to say that he's back again from the quarterfinals. He did a enough job there. He's come back for the whole game. It's Fatih Houston, a player that needs no introduction in this pro scene. Thank you for joining me for this semi-final first and foremost. But you saw the walkout. He loves the lights and the cameras with him, doesn't he, Anders?
Anders lives for the cameras, man. Like, he will do anything to be in front of a camera. And as you can see, when he scores a goal, for example, he celebrates like a wild one. But I'm so happy for the opportunity again.
No, thank you for joining me. We were just talking as well on the build-up to this matchup. The way that you represented your country at the UEFA eEuros, of course, you had to go for the qualification, but there was another tournament that was played in your own country. For example, AdrianCifuentes played against 15 other Spanish players to get there. I said, did Anders do that for Denmark? And you just said there's no point.
No, he did not. He actually got selected automatically by our coach, Dennis Nornbøl, but to be honest, I don't think it will actually be a waste of time.
It'll be a waste of time.
It will be a waste of time because if he beat us, like, it wouldn't make a difference. He would win all the games anyway, so he got selected before the tournament, so it's all good. No hate towards anything, though. It's deserved.
And so far, he hasn't lost a single game in this tournament, has he? Because he won 6-0 in the qualification round. And, in case you missed earlier today, he beat Ukraine 5-2 in the end. After being 2-0 down, he came back flying. You've spoken to him in the last hour or so. Talk to me first and foremost how he's feeling about that game that you just played and also his thoughts coming into this one.
As I said, he also told me that he starts pretty slow. And yeah, like he did against Ukraine, he was behind 2-0 after like 40 minutes. So it was about to get scary, but he clutched up. And yeah, we just talked about he has to play like he did. Just don't lose it in the first half. Like, don't get behind. Just play your own game, and just concentrate a bit more in the beginning of the game. So it's all good.
It's all good so far, isn't it, for Denmark? However, AdrianCifuentes has been putting on a show. It was an extra time thriller against Israel that was enough to send him through to this all-important matchup. Now, Ozaibal coming through clutch. Of course, was our Vivo player of the game earlier in that quarter-final. More of the same here. I mean, you come into another game now. Do you look much at the opponent? Do you look at how they play, or is it for Anders? It doesn't matter who's in the way. It's the same preparation
for
as always.
Anders, it doesn't matter who's in front of him. FIFA 19 Tex could be in front of him. He will not be scared at all. Nicholas could stand in front of him. He will not be scared. But I know he respects all the opponents here. And AdrianCifuentes, he started pretty slow in the first game against yuval from Israel. He was behind like 3-1 in the like I don't know 75th minute, and he scored like 2 goals in 2 minutes. So it went all crazy inside here. So, but I feel like Adrian started a little bit too slow. But then in the 70th minute, he just woke up suddenly and just played the amazing FIFA FC.
Well, the last couple of changes being made before we log into this all-important semi-final matchup. As we said, $30,000 on the line. It's interesting to say about Anders Vejrgang because he actually played his first competitive FC with the national team when he was old enough to play, when he was eligible to play. Of course, recently after just turning 16 years of age, he had that crazy Ultimate Team Champs run. It was in a 2v2 E-Nations tour where he actually played his debut. They had a good run in that competition, but you could argue that he's always had national involvement. That was his real taster into this esports scene.
Yeah, exactly. Like, his first tournament was with us in the Copenhagen E-Nations Cup, so he already got experience from there. But it doesn't matter for him about experience because he was live streaming in front of 80,000 people back then, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. But so yeah, he's made for EAFC tournaments.
Well then, enough talking. Let's jump into it now. Semi-final number 1.
Here we go.
Denmark against Spain.
And as we talked about, the start of this game is very important for Anders because he tends to start slow. So let's see what will happen here. As we can see, just taking his time. And something happened right there.
Well, he's not happy with something in terms of his controller settings. You can just see him very frustrated. I want to ask you, Houston, the team selection of this Denmark team. We know that certain players are playing in different positions for pace reasons, and in the 95 rated mode, each individual position has a certain stat. All strikers have the same pace, all centre-backs have the same pace, all centre midfielders have the same passing. Did he have full control on that build-up for his team, or was you involved in that? How did the process go?
We were all actually involved in it. The thing about this FC game is that you need, for example, if your left back and your left wing, they need to be left-footed because in this game you have to be on the sidelines a lot. So when you, for example, are on the sidelines, it's very important this year that you do a ball roll and dream pass inside to the midfield. So in the left side you need left-footed players.
Just saw a pause come in there from Anders. What was wrong?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I think it was from controller settings, and then I think he walked out manually, and then yeah, fair play to AdrianCifuentes. He just gave the ball back to Anders. Not many players would do that.
He gave the ball back, but nearly scored as well.
And talking about scoring, that was
he went for a time green shot from that angle.
Anders likes to do these kind of shots because people are expecting, you know, Anders or normally players to do a ball roll and a dream pass inside the box. So that maybe Anders is thinking that they will try to cover the pass, and then he just likes to shoot from there.
I'm sure you've played quite a few practice games against him as well. I dared to ask.
Did like 20 games in 3 days coming up to here. I think I won 3 games or 4 games.
And you won some?
Yeah, I won some.
That's more than some can say.
Yeah, but Anders is insane, man. His pressing is. Oh, that's what talk.
Could be Morata. I mean, we can speak all day long about Anders Vejrgang being great, but we also have to respect that there's another guy on the opposite side of the stage who has also had a pretty decent tournament. AdrianCifuentes, we'll talk about this build-up again, just about stays on side.
That's an insane goal, man. I think Spain here, they did their homework, by the way. I think they watched the last game of Andreas, and Andreas likes to move the keeper a lot in these kind of situations, as he also did against Ukraine. So I think they watched the game back and said, okay, if you come to a position like this, just shoot near post. Don't think about anything else. And it worked.
And those are the small
details, man.
That make all the difference, don't they? Especially when you're playing against one of the best in the world.
It's all about the little details, man. I've been on this scene for like 7 years now. I've been through it also. It's so much about these little details, like the player switchings, like there's so much into this, man. That's why it's so hard to be the best in the world at this game, and that's why there's a lot of competition, man, because it's so hard. EAFC is such a hard game to master.
Well, Denmark, Anders Vejrgang back in possession now, just trying to find his groove. As I said, in his quarter-final, shortly after that, he found 2 or 3 goals.
And this is...
His win went for the time green. It didn't look like the most challenging effort there for the keeper, but does win.
He was probably expecting AdrianCifuentes to move the keeper, but...
The corner. He's gone all the way from the corner on his own. Rodri able to do enough there and a chance to break away now on this left-hand side.
In
Could be through there. He's been quite aggressive on the right back as Anders. There's 2 or 3 players just queuing up in the box, recovers well and gets himself out of that spot.
Nice defending. Very nice reacted by Anders. It seems like it was about to be very dangerous, but Anders defended pretty well.
Chance again for Denmark. Got a huge overlap with the left back again. Poulsen can't turn, he can't really move. He's just heavily pressed there by Lee Normand. And this could be off effort there for Alvaro Mata.
And this is the part of the game where AdrianCifuentes, he have to like chill out, not just rush the passes, not do something stupid right here, for example. He have to just chill and not doing this, because Anders is the best in the world at capitalizing when you're doing stupid stuff like this.
Poulsen stopped in his tracks there. That really should have been a goal. It wasn't time green, and it was potentially a bit of goalkeeper movement there. Corner quickly played short. Højbjerg finds Dreyer, who tries to just charge his way through 2 or 3 Spanish shirts there, and a chance to break you on the counter-attack.
AdrianCifuentes is living a very, very dangerous life right now. He just have to do what he's doing right now. Look how Anders is reacting when he's like holding the ball right now in his own midfield. And yeah, just like this, he just have to take it easy.
You say it's dangerous, why?
Because every time he gets the ball, he just rushes the pass, and he's just running direct and not really thinking. And if you do that kind of mistakes against Anders, then he will grab the ball and score as he was about to.
Well, potentially we could be seeing a goal back for him. Poulsen tries to ball roll his way past Laporte. No way round on that occasion. At the moment, everything that's come his way, AdrianCifuentes, he has been able to deal with.
Yeah, like this, I think this is pretty okay for Anders. He's not panicking at all. He knows he will get a lot of chances. As long as AdrianCifuentes doesn't score, he's still okay inside, as far as I know him.
Fabian Ruiz in a left back, believe it or not. This is the beauty of the 95 rated mode. Will be many players playing out of their traditional positions. I think even Nico Williams is a centre midfielder in this formation. Volson wins that one back. Chance to drive again now.
This is where Anders is so good.
Needs to try and get Højlund in the right areas of Poulsen around him.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, I would say. He was... but gets the ball back here.
Needs to try and make it stick.
Oh, that was
at the moment,
so
it's not
close.
connecting, but at the same time, superb defending.
That was so close. If you got the pass through there, it would, yeah.
That's not good there from Osaluk.
That's what we're talking about. Cifuentes have to take the last attack here. If he doesn't do that, I will be pretty shocked, I would say, considering like he has played for a few years now. So let's see what's going to happen.
I think he is going to take that last attack. Lee Normand with a huge overlap on that right-hand side. This is where numbers will start to queue up in the box. Through Morata, Nico Williams into Morata. What a save from Schmeichel. That could have been.
My God.
A 2-goal deficit to go into half-time. He will still get the corner to be played, though, if he can move it forward. He tried to, but the referee pulled up for half-time. How on earth, if we can see it again on the replay, is that Is that just really unlucky, or is that Anders moving the goalie there?
I think he had to. I think he rushed it a bit. AdrianCifuentes. He just took a little touch and shot directly. Like he had so much space. He could have waited just a half a second to shoot. Then he would get the best shooting animation ever and just score. I would say a pretty big mistake, but also a bit unlucky.
Let's see it again. Talk me through it, Houston, because you're not going to get a better chance than this.
That's so well played, and he just Anders is moving a little bit, I think.
Does he move him back a little bit?
I think so. Anders likes to move the keeper back a little bit often, and it works out for him there. I think Adrian should have scored. Like,
and you were teeing him up.
I'm not saying that Anders saved it by himself. He was very lucky, and that's what you need. You need luck sometimes.
Well, let's not hang about. Let's jump straight back in.
And the interesting fact now is how will Cifuentes react to that? Because many players would be frustrated when you miss a chance like this. So I'm very interested to see the next 5 minutes. How will Adrian react to this big blunder he did? And as you can see, he's doing pretty good, just holding the ball. But Anders is so good at pressing, man. It's insane.
Well, Morata, normally the star for Spain in the Euros, able to convert from that area. And a chance.
Big chance, man. He missed. It's insane how much that means, because it was in the 45th minute, right before the halftime. You could get such a good score before the.
Might not mean too much though. Wins back to Poulsen.
Oh my gosh!
Not on target, and I don't even think it was time green.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And
why? Why is he not being timed from what you'd expect him to be doing in those areas?
Anders usually timed those green 9 out of 10 times, and as we talk about it, when the pressure gets to you, suddenly it hit him, and he didn't green it.
Lee Norman, oh my, all the way from the defensive line, pulling out step overs there and nearly causing a problem. Chance to break again now. Here's Denmark. Poulsen, has he got the legs? He does. Step over exit was nice. Into Dreyer. Does he want to find a one more pass? He went for a time green. That time it was green, but there was a Spanish player in the way. Ferran Torres might just have the legs to pull away from Vestergaard here, which he does. Not sure what happened there with the idea of the skill move. Didn't link into Nico Williams, and we're pretty much in an end-to-end game here in the eEuRO semi-final.
Yeah, that was a very weird situation. He obviously meant to pass it into the middle, but yeah, there was a player right behind him, and it locked onto him. So yeah, that's just FC. That happens. But talking about the shot before with Anders, normally he greened those, and if he greened that shot, it would have been 1-1 right now. But Anders is just still taking it easy, and he's not rushing anything yet.
He might have been taking it easy anymore, though. Morata can make the most of this one. Vestergaard! No. Morata will take it and run away. Of course he will, but what on earth?
Oh my
have we witnessed there in terms of...
What happened? What in the world just happened right there? But
Vestergaard into his own net, 2-0 down. And AdrianCifuentes, he will praise to the skies and say thank you.
I think all the pro players would do that if they scored a goal like that. But now it's interesting to see how Anders reacts to this. Like, would he just lose his head now and play like stupid EAFC or what?
Or it goes the other way though sometimes, though, Houston, with him.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a shame because he just conceded a goal like that, and if you're Anders, yes, it can begin to go so bad. Like, but Anders have been playing FC for many years now, 3 years, 2 years. So let's hope that he can handle this, and because there's still a lot of time, still like 4 minutes. 5 minutes in real life, minutes left, so still good amount of time left.
There's a lot of time left.
I'm interested to see if you have turned on constant pressure, because of the fact that there is only 6 minutes now per halt. So when he loses the ball,
needs something to happen now. Here's the Spanish support. I saw so many Spanish pros as well tuning even off Aaron. Javi Alvarez was watching from home. I saw on his social media. They're all supporting that one player that's representing them. Who knows, maybe they could even do the double this year, the eEuros and the Actual Euros here in Germany, Spain, they've been in fine form. This would be a big result,
Big
but
chance.
you've got to stop Anders Vejrgang when he gets through defensively again. We keep on saying how maybe he's not been on the pace, Anders, but AdrianCifuentes has been superb in these defensive areas. When he's been asked questions of, he has been brilliant. He's about to
Big
find
chance,
himself a
very big
third. He
chance.
goes for Travella. Keeper's all over the shot.
Oh, it's about to go very, very, very bad for Anders. Yeah. Cifuentes is a bit lucky in these situations inside the box. But Anders should turn on the constant pressure now, I feel like, because there's not a lot of time left, I think, and he should have a tactic ready with the constant pressure.
Well, he's going to have to start being a bit more.
Oh, now this
offensive.
is dangerous because it is 4 versus 3 now, and Anders is so good at capitalizing here.
Well, he has to make the most of this one out, Poulsen. It all has to be perfect for him. Step overs, he goes in, he goes out, he gets stopped.
Oh.
And it's another 15 in-game minutes or so, Houston, where he's just survived the pressure.
Oh my God, I think Adrian just shaked right there because that was intense. If we just ran forward, oh, looking at this.
Delaney, cut back, Poulsen has to score this one, he will!
We're back, we are back. Whew. Now we got a game, Brandon, at least.
And you know more than me as a national teammate of Denmark and Anders Vejrgang. You don't give him one.
No. You never give Anders one. And Anders is also the best in the world when he turns on constant pressure. When you're playing against it, you cannot really do something about it because
you can't breathe.
No, because he's also good at pressuring by himself. Ooh. So 12 minutes left. I think Adrian is on trouble here. He really have to think about every pass for the next 10 minutes, because one mistake here and it's over. And Anders will score again, I think, to 3-2, if he gets an early goal here, potentially.
A lot of people in the chat asking about players in games rated. It's 95 rated. Every single nation in the Euros is the same rating. Of course, it does just vary from position to position, as we've been talking about throughout the broadcast today. Maybe a couple of changes we could see come on. Any of those Danish players? Damsgaard could come on, give a little bit more pace.
Yeah, but Anders doesn't really like small players. He really likes the tall ones. So, but if I know Anders, he will probably switch one striker and get 2 fullbacks in, just to get some energy on the sides. But as I said, yes, this is very interesting now. The next 5 minutes, how will Adrian react to this goal?
AdrianCifuentes, it's on you, my friend. 9 in-game minutes away from a grand final. In the way for Euros, or does he get dispossessed? Gets pulled back for a free kick.
That was almost.
Nearly was. A terrible scenario. Wins the ball back again, does Anders. Denmark on the hunt for a goal back. Final 7 in-game minutes. From being 2-0 down, they're about to find it now. Dahlberg, fresh off the bench. There's the comeback into Larsen. Into Delaney, saved for a corner. Spain hanging in there still.
Oh my God, AdrianCifuentes is shaking right now. He's so nervous.
Larsen, Damsgaard, Vestergaard intercepted.
That's smart. That is so smart.
4 in-game minutes, but the pressure. So many Danish shirts. He does well to get out of it.
Oh, you have to cover the pass.
Does AdrianCifuentes does well to just deal with his pressure as well. 2.5 in-game minutes. Is he going to win that head of Dahlberg? No, he isn't. Mikel Marino.
That's a big loss because he's free right there.
His pass gets dispossessed now. Dahlberg building up perfectly into Poulsen. Never write him off.
You cannot write him off.
Because he always comes back fighting.
Oh my God, Brandon. And right now, AdrianCifuentes' life is depending on this kickoff. He cannot lose the ball in the next 3 minutes, otherwise it's... Oh my God, I don't know what to say.
One bad pass, Houston.
Yeah, one bad pass, that's what I'm talking about. If you do one wrong pass against Anders, you are on trouble, and he showed it right there, what he can do. Look at the composure, man.
But why does he even get himself into these positions?
Yeah.
2-0 down against Ukraine, had to come back. 2-0 down against Spain, and for AdrianCifuentes.
He's just saying to himself, okay, I want to have some exciting games, but yeah, I don't know what's going on.
He's been so good, AdrianCifuentes, defensively. We keep on saying it. So many times he's kept him out, and you keep getting pushed, and you get pushed, and then we start thinking back to that chance at the halfway mark.
Oh, exactly.
Where he had to score it, really, didn't he?
He had to score that. Like, it's almost embarrassing that he didn't score, but He did what he had to do, and Anders saved it. That's it. Now, the next 3 minutes, AdrianCifuentes cannot lose the ball. Even if he doesn't even have to attack, he just have to keep the ball, I think.
He has to reset as well, because mentally he's thinking, I'm so close to a huge upset.
He have to get this match until lose the ball, because Anders will very important sequence right here.
Added time of 2 minutes. If he can win this ball back one of these two, that's at least.
And it's 2 minutes now. Now it gets more scarier. But
the minute already gone. He needs to get the ball past the halfway line if the referee wants to play the last attack onwards. He's going to get a very forced bounce, but there, Ojibal. Chance for AdrianCifuentes. He does very well to send 1 or 2 players back in. We're into extra time in the semi-final here between Denmark and Spain.
I would like to see AdrianCifuentes' heart rate right there the last 2 minutes, because that is not really a comfortable situation to be in. Whew. But yeah, he managed to keep the ball. That's important. And now we're on extra time. And Anders is frustrated or something.
In these moments as well, he's always very animated, is Anders Vejrgang, about certain things in the game. It could be the perfection that he desires from certain players, the animations he desires from being around him in training games and moments. What does he normally sort of complain about? What are the finer details that he's complaining about?
He's complaining about everything. Like when I play against him and I get like a lucky pass through his man, he just complains and say a lot of stuff like that. And he also hates when I talk to him when we play against each other. He hates a lot of stuff. He's complaining a lot.
So when you beat him, does he just sit there and say, you're not moving, we're playing again now?
First of all, he's saying I'm very bad and a lot of things, but that's just banter. He's, you know, when I beat him, it was directly, we have to play again, no more breaks. And I'm like, no, I don't want to play again.
Yeah,
I just won the last game.
Run away, take you with him, run away.
Yeah, but he's not letting me go, so I have to play until I lose. And yeah, I lost the game after.
Well, we are jumping into extra time now. A lot of people asking about other players. We have got Obrun against Umut coming your way in the next semi-final here from the UEFA eEuros. Germany v Italy.
Insane game.
And the winner of this will play the winner, of course, of that game.
That's the beauty, man, about FC competitions. We see those games, Obrun and Umut, like 2 insanely skilled players playing against each other. We could not ask for a better match in the second semi-final.
30 minutes, as we said. I mean, AdrianCifuentes had a good minute or so there just to sit back and just get his head together after that, because he played so well, as we said.
Yeah,
he did make it difficult for Anders, but he still gave him 1 or 2 chances, which he cannot do.
Yeah, he lost the ball again in a very stupid place, and that's why Anders is capitalizing right here.
Let's see if he can make the most of this one. Paulsen, the goal scorer of the first, back to Dolberg, who had 2 or 3 players around him. Keeper can't pick that one up, has to head out instead. And already 10 minutes of extra time is surpassed.
Yeah. Oh, and Adrian is so nervous right now. It's very obvious, like how he passes around like that. For example, you cannot do that against Anders, because right now people capitalize and probably create a big chance.
Damsgaard finds Paulsen into Haaland. Haaland able to get the shot away that he wanted to.
If I'm Adrian right here, I'm taking the last chance. I don't care about if I have to keep the ball in for 3-4 minutes. But again, I don't know what he's doing. It's a very, very dangerous game he's playing right now, because Anders will do this.
Big chance, Haaland! And the game is flipped on its head.
That's what I'm saying, man. You cannot do these mistakes again, Anders. He's so good at those situations. To beat Anders, you have to play perfect. You cannot rush anything. That's what Cifuentes is doing here, and it's going to cost him the game.
Apologies if you heard Eddie unsavoury language there on stream at home. There is a lot of emotion here at the UEFA eEuros, but just back to the point, 15 minutes of pressure AdrianCifuentes had to deal with there. He's not been able to get out of his half. He's had to sit back and just deal with wave after wave after wave of pressure and attacks.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Right now, it's gonna be so hard to beat Anders because when he's leading Anders, he's so good. Like when Cifuentes is gonna turn on constant pressure, Anders is probably gonna create a lot more and probably close the game out. I feel like because Anders is so good at playing out of the constant pressure. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen.
As we've come to understand more than ever in this 95 rated mode as well, one chance is all you need just to change the game on its head for AdrianCifuentes. Pick back up that confidence of how well he's played earlier on in the game. He was creating chances, he was free flowing. You mentioned as well that he really took notice of Anders in terms of how aggressive he is with his goalkeeping movement at times. And
yeah, actually, I think AdrianCifuentes will, if he loses this game, he will go home and he will be so sad about like he didn't score that chance before the halftime. And yeah, it's heartbreaking for him, but let's not count him out. There's still 50 minutes left, but it's gonna be so hard, so hard.
You can even be at a 9 out of 10 against a player of Anders sometimes, and it still isn't enough, is it, all the time? We're going to jump back into the second half of action now in our semi-final. And let's see if Denmark can hold on to this all-important lead, or is Spain going to come back again? But just to my point I was saying, he's been so good. AdrianCifuentes played easily a 9 out of 10 performance. He had some really good chances, but we have to keep talking about it, and we will.
Yeah,
after the game, that chance at the halfway mark where any other day he definitely scores.
I think we have to look at that again. But that's what I'm saying. Anders is going to keep pushing, and as he runs, you support him. And as I said, Anders Vejrgang. He's so good, man. It's insane. It's so insane, man. Normally, pro players will be like nervous. I have to keep the lead, so on, so on. But Anders doesn't care. He just presses like a crazy guy. It's insane. But yeah, now Cifuentes have to turn on constant pressure, and Anders is so good at keeping the ball against that.
4-2 in front. Anders Vejrgang is again. Apologies for any unsavoury language there in the celebrations.
Look.
He is on an onslaught at the moment, and looks like he could be on for a fifth.
Anders scored these all the time.
Paulson on his own. There's the time green finish, and he makes it 5.
That's what I'm saying.
Goals to 2. Suddenly, we're in the same scenario as he was in his last game.
Yeah, man. Behind 2-0 again, and he's just doing these kind of things like it's casual for him. It's like he's playing weekend league, and he had a bad game, bad start.
But why does it take him so long to get into the groove? But it took him a long time, 17 game minutes nearly.
I think I noticed why, actually. It's because it's actually after he scores the first goal, he starts playing FC again. And as we see, Anders is, he's so good against constant pressure. You cannot press him, because if you try to press him manually, he will just go and score again. As we can see, with Paulson, almost scored a 6th goal. As Anders would say, it's tennis. But yeah, I will say, after Anders scores 1 goal, he's just playing like a crazy guy, man. It's so insane to see, and we are so blessed to have him in EAFC. Maybe a consolation goal to Cifuentes.
Potentially so, if he can find the one more pass around him, he can't.
GG's.
And that's the full-time result there. Commiserations, AdrianCifuentes. As crazy as it sounds, you are dominating a game, and you put so much work in. You're perfect all over the pitch. You throw away a 2-goal lead, and suddenly you just come straight back down to earth, don't you?
After Anders scores 1 goal, man, it's insane how much momentum he has, how much he's believing in it, and yeah, man, I think it's deserved at the end of the day, because Cifuentes made some very stupid passes, and you cannot do that against the probably best player in the world.
If he wins this, where does it put him? Because he hasn't won an individual title yet, has he, since being in the competitive circuit. He's won a 2v2 World Championship, but he's lacking. I've always said about Anders, he's always in the conversation. He's got an incredible sort of following and name, but he's not had an individual sort of major trophy yet. This could be it in the UEFA eEuros.
That's exactly right, what you're saying. And as you said, he have won a 2v2 competition. He still hasn't won a 1v1, and now he's 1 game off against Umut or probably Oberon. But yeah, it will mean the world to him, and if he does win this, I think it's the first one of many.
Maybe. It might be indeed. Houston, thank you so much for joining me on the commentary booth for that one. As we said, it was a crazy game. He was 2-0 down, Anders Vejrgang, of course, to AdrianCifuentes. It went to extra time. It needed extra time. And he was pushed and pushed and pushed right until the end. He does make it through to the grand final win. The first ever UEFA eEuros. And I believe our very own eBrew is going to be catching up with Anders Vejrgang right now.
So I'm here with the winner again, Anders. Congratulations, you're in the final. And yeah, you're always starting your games like with problems, but then end up with a comeback. How do you feel?
I don't know why I have to start so bad. Like, I concede the first, and then I concede the own goal, second goal. I don't know what to say. That was like 65th minute. But yeah, I just showed championship mentality that someone else could probably learn something from, and I'm very happy that I'm in the final now. And now it's one step to show that I'm the best in the world.
Okay, and you said before you don't want to play against Umut, and you can play against Umut in the final. Who's going to win?
I think Umut is going to win. He's the better player, and
yeah,
I think Umut is going to win, but I also want my revenge against Obrun. He has beaten me so many times, so the final is for sure going to be interesting. But I'm very happy that I won this game, and I'm very happy that people who hopes me that I lose was watching until the end, and I come back once again. So thank you for watching, everyone.
Okay, and last question. Why did you do the celebration towards the host desk? We saw that.
I don't know. It's just like, it's just random. Like, I talk with them sometimes, and it's just to throw. Like, it's just like a random reflection. And like, I'm just happy that I won, and I know that they also like the celebration, so it was just like to make some troll.
Okay, thank you, Anders. Good luck in the final, and we go back to the host desk.
Thank you very much to Ibra, and congratulations, Anders. Oh, look at the camera coming over. We're on the host desk with our Euro 2024 ball. A word on Anders. First things first, we love the celebrations, don't we?
No, we do, and they were directed absolutely at us. He's just waving at us, and it's always fun to see the emotion, the passion coming from that guy.
I mean, the game that we've just seen was absolutely sensational, and it is time for us to talk about, of course, our Vivo player of the match. And this one's quite an easy one, probably the easiest one we've had. It's Yuval Poulsen, Casey.
Yes, 4 goals from this absolute dominant striker there for Denmark. And I mean, we'll see here in a second for our Vivo player of the match, which is Poulsen. 4 amazing goals, but one in particular that we see here starts off with Christensen, through ball up into Delaney, over to Poulsen, across the goal. He makes it look easy.
Yeah, and this is a comeback from Yuval Poulsen, scoring twice in quick succession as we saw the second goal and the 5th goal, the final goal. Sorry, he scored one more actually. He scored 4 in this game. He green times this one, and then we will see the final goal.
And he had an open pass there, but he's like, no, I know Poulsen can do this. I trust him. Green times, and then we see the celebrations.
Yep, directed, looked right into our eye line when he did this, Anders Vejrgang. A word on his opponent, he was absolutely fantastic. I mean, the thing is you simply cannot write off Anders. I mean, we thought towards the end it wasn't quite sticking, etc., but wow, what a performance.
Yeah, AdrianCifuentes started off so strong, up 2-0. Me and Ryan were watching the game backstage, and we turned to each other at one point, and we were like, his defending is so good, but at some point, it just crumbles. Because I feel like for Anders, it clicks, and then he never loses it, and motivation keeps him going through the rest of the match, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we've got one of our finalists, but it is time for our second semi-final, which we'll get to after the break. It's going to be Umut versus Obrun. Stay with us, we'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back to UEFA eEURO as we're seeing the scenes that we've just seen before the break. Anders Vejrgang has booked a place in the final, Brandon Smith.
And twice, he's left us guessing, hasn't he? Both being in a losing position at 2-0 down to Ukraine and then 2-0 down to Spain with, what, 25 in-game minutes left? But once again, he proved why there is so much talk about him.
You can never write against Anders Vejrgang. And let's take a look at the bracket presented by Booking.com. As I just mentioned, he is in the final. And standing in his way for potentially what will be his first individual title is either Umut representing host nation Germany or Obrun representing Italy. How on earth, Brandon, do you call this one?
Honestly, flip a coin and just keep flipping it because you don't know who on earth is going to come out. It will change every single time, I think, if you play this game. But it's only one game, over 6 minutes. It's shorter, it's quicker. As you've seen today, we need extra time potentially. But honestly, I can't call this one because they haven't really played in a match of this level ever in their career.
Well, the guys are already ready to get going soon. So what we're going to do is we're going to head and look forward to the next semi-final. If it's anything to go by, the last semi-final was sensational. Let's hope for one just as good. It's Umut versus Obrun, and it's coming up next.
This is it, the clash of the Titans. Umut against Obrun, Germany up against Italy. I'm joined by Casey and Akasha again. It's a massive, massive game.
That it is. I'm so excited for this one. Brandon Smith said it perfectly. It really is the toss of a coin. Both players have been in the scene for quite a while. They both have what it takes to perform at this level. As you see them walk in, both of them so calm, so composed.
Yep.
Not really jumping around and celebrating yet because they know that they have a job to do. Kasha, how are you feeling about this one?
This game will be crazy. We are talking about playing who perform. We are at eEuros, but they performed really good in career in World Cup. We know Umut is a World Cup winner. Obrun is a back-to-back top 4 in World Cup. So it will be a really hard matchups for both players.
Yeah, from your experiences, obviously you played Umut before, obviously teammates with Obrun. How do you think Umut will approach this game? Do you think it will be a close game, or do you think we'll see a lot of goals like he did against Turkey?
I think it will be a really tactical game. And Umut will try to attack because it is what he's best at doing.
Yeah.
So, you know, Umut is really calm, really complete. He can score in many different ways.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he will play. If I am Umut, I play like slow to keep the ball, you know, to have the ball in my hands. But Obrun as well will try the same for me.
Exactly. Obrun, as you mentioned earlier, very defensive. He's someone that keeps control of the tempo of the game. But again, sometimes you can speak from experience this season. Do you find that difficult to play against some players that play slower than you? You sort of see yourself slowing down your play? You don't want to rush it and lose possession, or how do you approach it?
To be honest, I feel like in this game you have to be good in transition. When you get the ball, you trigger down one player with L1 and then you start a counter-attack. And I think, honestly, Umut is the best at doing that in the world. So, yeah, he's complete. Like, he can play calm if he wants, but if he wants to play counter-attack like this, like, he can with calm.
Yeah, there's a reminder, of course, of some of the accolades for Umut and Obrun as this game kicks off. If you missed early on, we saw Germany and Umut up against Turkey, winning narrowly against iMertAL. And of course, Obrun winning against Andreas in the quarterfinals.
And let us know in the chat who you think will be taking home this win for the semifinal match. Will it be Germany? Will it be Italy? Let us know in the chat. We will be looking out for who is rooting for who.
If both players are using unchanged squads in the way that they approach this game, no real need to change anything. You've won your game. It's sort of just about more of the same, really.
Yeah, because I was talking with Obrun before the matches, and
No.
Going to be a foul, surely.
Yeah, we were thinking about like maybe switch formation because Umut we know has a before we try to adapt to Umut, but then we said why change now?
Yeah.
It's too risky.
Exactly. Semi-finals, you've sort of done your job already in the previous round. Maybe stick to it and see if it works in your favour. See, an attack here for Obrun, pushing forward. Quick passing, driven pass, intercepted there by Slotterbeck, and again by Toni Kroos there defensively.
And
Really
as we
good
get
press.
closer to the final, it is important to note that the prize money is increasing every step of the way. First place, we have 30,000. Second is 20, and third and fourth will be 10K. So the more games they win, the closer they get to that 30,000.
Yeah, Obrun couldn't find space in the area there. He's got a corner.
Really good start from Obrun. Pressing, creating chance.
Very, very strong start. He's going to be taking this corner direct. He's going to find the head of the defender, and it goes in. Green time finish into the corner. And that is the start Obrun would have dreamed of in this huge game against Germany and Umut.
Even without the aerial. It's not something we were meant to see today here. But corner directly crossed.
Green timed as well.
Yeah, green time, of course. At this level, I think we will see only green time today. And 1-0.
I think that's essential, though, to scoring a quarter. You got to green time it, especially without the aerial plus play style. And we mentioned before, a lot of people might be going short just because the aerial situations aren't as overpowered in this mode. But hey, Obrun can do it.
Yeah, it's something I didn't expect as well. But he's really good at corner kicks, so GG to him.
Key to mention, of course, winner of this game obviously plays Anders in the final. Obrun's played against Anders a number of times. Anders even saying that maybe he's even got his numbers, tends to get the better of him in the matchups. And of course, Umut against Anders, teammates domestically as well. And obviously they played in a number of tournaments and practice games. They basically play every single day. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds if it.
I think that's why Anders doesn't want to play Umut.
Yeah, he'd rather play Obrun. Even though Obrun seems to come out on top here. Umut though, Havertz, born inside Trevella. And that's a great way back into this game from Umut.
Great way back into this game. And I was chatting with Anders before the competition even started. And I think he would prefer to have Obrun in this one, but he anticipates to have Umut in that final. We'll see if that's right.
That direct step over there. I don't know if the goalkeeper animation was put off with the defender in front of it. I'm not sure. It was a bit of a weird one. Maybe, I don't know if it would have made a difference anyway, because the ball, or the shot was precise into the roof of the net. Obrun again, straight away. Skamaka, edge of the box here, twisting and turning. Couldn't find the correct pass.
Really high level here. We can see they're both attacking really good. Maybe not defending perfectly, but I think it's because they are so good in attacking. It's not about bad defense, it's about great attacking here.
Havertz in behind, Leroy Sané playing left back for Umut here. Offensively supporting at every time they build up. Müller back to Bayer. Uncharacteristic pass there from Umut. Sort of rushed it and gave possession very easily there.
Yeah, for sure. We expect there a pass to the CM because Umut is really good in that. Careful here.
Great time, open goal finish. To rubber the green, it's a little bit fortunate, but you take those when it comes your way. Celebrations in the crowd as well. A lot of players.
Yeah,
or support, sorry, for the players in this competition.
Lacking rebound, but the build-up was really good. If he gets a great time, with Skamaka is a goal.
Yeah.
So in the end, another really good attack with a little bit of luck. Yeah, of course, it's good.
Fantastic job of Pellegrini to be ready to score that goal as well, because if it doesn't happen the first time, it might happen the second, because rebounds are a very normal thing in this game.
You have to accept it as an offender and as defender. You will concede and you will have your favor, so it's a coin flip.
It can be frustrating to concede to a rebound goal, but it's important to not lose your head in that situation, which a lot of players do.
Yeah, in this kind of matches, rebounds can be something that can ruin your match. But honestly, okay, in this game, you will concede one, maybe in another one you will have on your favor. It's about also having the rebounds on favor in the right matches.
Right, sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it goes against you. Just be ready for it.
You can even reference the last game we saw with Anders in that game against AdrianCifuentes. He conceded the second goal. It's an own goal. A lot of players would be raging and fuming. We always associate Anders with being emotional and sort of outpouring it in front of the cameras. He sort of held it pretty well. It was just a nod of the head. He knew that it was a bit unfortunate, and this could be a great goal if he managed to find the back of the net. Another little bit of luck there. Keeper manages to make a save. And it seems like the tide is firmly in favour of Obrun
in these last 15 or so minutes. He's been creating a lot of chances.
Yeah.
His build-up play has been fantastic as well.
Yeah, for sure. But at this level, you have to be concrete, because I can't believe that Umut will suffer other 50 minutes.
100%. 100%.
So if momentum is by your side, you have to score in these matches.
Yeah, and here's Umut on the attack here. Plays it into Fulkrug. Back to him again. That's a fantastic goal. Green timed across goal as well. Fantastic goal from Umut to get back into it.
Fulkrug was our Vivo player of the match last game for Umut, and he is doing a fantastic job with him again. As we see the replay, Cruz back to Muller, into Fulkrug, quick green timed across the goal, and he does it again. Keep an eye on that one.
He tries a green time, literally. If it's me, I never green time it.
Same.
But that's confidence.
Yeah.
And practice.
Yeah. At this point, they are machines.
Here we go. Could be the last attack. It's going to be a ball roll inside.
Fake Trivela from El Shaarawy.
Maybe a few months ago, that could have been a perfect Trivela angle. Ball over the top is just going to find Sane there. This is going to be the last attack of the first half. It's going to fall the way of Umut there. It's a corner. Played short. So he can't go too far back there because the whistle will blow for half-time. Twisting and turning with Fulkrug. Back post, Havertz doesn't win it. Keeper claims it comfortably, and there we go, half-time.
Crazy game,
Incredible game so far between Germany and Italy. Umut versus Obrun. It's been end-to-end. It's been a lot of goals, a lot of chances. Great defending in parts as well, and hopefully the second half is more of the same, Casey.
Yeah, and I do see a couple questions in the chat asking, is there only one game? Is it one leg? That is correct. 6-minute halves, one game, and then it is done. That is consistent for the semifinal and the final. The entire day today, it is one leg.
Yep, that's all you've got. And as it's half-time, we'll continue with a little bit of trivia. Why not? This time, it's going to be focused on the side of Germany. And this one, it's going to be... When I saw the answer, I was surprised, right? So the trivia is, who is Germany's all-time top scorer in the Euros? Put your comments in the Twitch chat. Do you guys have any ideas? There's two. There are two. They're joint top scorers, yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I have no idea.
I think the common answer will be closer.
That's what I would have said. It's wrong, though. I'm going to say that's what I would have said, yeah.
So I'm going to go with Müller.
Okay.
That's a good shout. Muller's a good shout. I have no idea, actually. I actually have no idea.
Yeah, it's not easy. Let's just say that. I'd
So
be
it's not
surprised.
Müller as well?
Well, no, it's not.
Oh my God.
People in
Muller in the chat. But you said that's not correct.
Not correct, no.
Interesting. All right, guess again, chat.
Let me double, triple. Yeah, I double check that because I thought, yeah, it was a good shout there, but it's not.
That's really hard. Really hard.
Yeah.
All right, let's get us underway in the second half of this semifinal matchup between Germany and Italy. Let's see how momentum will shift because we are 2-2 at the half.
I think the game will slow down a little. Just my feeling, of course. Maybe we will see 10 goals. I don't know.
Why do you feel that? Do you think that's down to the players because they're personally slowing down the way they attack, taking less risk, or do you think that's just how it just goes?
It's about taking risk because at first 20 minutes, you can concede more.
Yeah.
So you can push, attacking really fast. Now, you know, a goal conceding at 60, 70, 75 can be
punished.
decisive.
Yeah, 100%.
So they will be a little bit scary, but it's natural at this level. To be afraid of the score and the minute.
That is a sensational ball. First time ball back to Skamaka. Keeper movement.
Oh my God.
Isn't enough. Green time finish from Obrun. That ball initially is
crazy.
top notch. That's unbelievable. FC24 from Obrun.
I'm not sure about that, but I think it is a directional L1, not a standard a standard run.
Yeah.
And then the green time.
Keeper movement. Incredible. Isn't enough. Green time finish from Obrun. That ball initially.
We didn't get to see the pass in that replay
doesn't
there.
do
That was
it
the
enough
most important part
Doesn't
of
give
that
it enough
replay.
justice there, absolutely. But it's going to be Umut to try and respond as quick as possible. We've seen him in the other game, scoring 2 in quick succession against iMertAL, but he's up against an opponent who is at the top of his game right now.
This is the perfect situation for Obrun. As we mentioned before, he's a defensive player. So what he wants is to be one up. Of course, everybody wants to be one up at 30 minutes left, but where he's comfortable.
Here he is, ball roll inside here, trying to find goal number 4 in this game. A first-time pass. Fantastic ball over the top again. There's going to be Bastoni, not the person you want in an offensive area there, but Bastoni attacking obviously means there's going to be space defensively here for Umut through ball again. Havertz round the keeper is sensational, and that's something that catcher, I know you would agree with. This is from years gone by. We used to call it the Umut through ball from years ago. It's something that he always looks for, and
we are talking about 22 season when
literally that is it. Perfect shot cancel round the goalkeeper.
Shot cancel. I think everybody will do a ball roll there, but he do a shot cancel.
It's sensational work from Umut. The level is so high in this competition, especially as the tournament unfolds. Semi-finals, the level is so high. See this attack again. Can Umut get his 4th goal in this game as this attack unfolds? Switches play again to Sane has been a very important outball, Casey, for him in this game.
He has. Leroy Sane has the pace on that wing that is very, very necessary here for Germany. And he can't quite get it through there. Possession goes back over to Oberon. I don't know, this is very consistent with a lot of the other games, high scoring. I actually didn't anticipate this many goals. I thought they'd kind of cancel each other out a little bit. I thought it'd be a bit lower scoring.
Yeah, I thought the same. I said I was expecting a tactical game, but to be honest, they are playing like with no fear. Like
all out.
No, not at all. They just want to score more than the opponent. They don't want to keep the ball, as I said. So they are really brave, to be honest, because this is a semi-final of Euros, and they are not afraid of the opponent, and they are really confident of themselves, of course, to play like that.
Do you have any input on sort of personnel selection for the squads when it comes to how Oberon built his team? Because we saw earlier Usten mentioning how the whole Danish team sort of impacted Anders' decisions. Do you have that in the Italian squad, or is it just whatever Oberon is sort of comfortable with?
I think in this mode, body type is everything.
Yeah.
And so player like Scamacca or Foloruscio is used as right back.
As right back, yeah.
And this a CM, in fact, Foloruscio can make the difference.
It's going to be Sane again on this left-hand side. Man, you mentioned on the side of Italy, managing to intercept that pass. It's fallen, fortunately, by a rebound here. Furyk in the box. Can we play to Muller, edge of the box, green time! And it seems as if Umut has taken a leaf out of iMertAL's book. They conceded a goal very similar early on, and he's now fallen in his favor, and he takes the lead in this game.
Yeah, the attacker have too many shots in shots to not try this kind of solution. Green timing as well, as we mentioned.
He had all the space in the world.
Yeah.
So much space. Made the most of it. Again, no celebration from Umut. Just part of the job, really. That's all he does. Just carries on going.
He doesn't really celebrate till the end.
Yeah, exactly. Even then, it's
Terminator celebrating, not too much.
Yeah, just a little bit. But he knows he's got his coach over his shoulder, Daniel. They've got a great relationship, and he knows his stuff. He's going to be trying to impact how this game can unfold. But on the side of Oberon, what do you think would be going through his mind and the coach's decisions there?
If I'm Oberon, I'm scared, of course, because it's 10 minutes left. But I think he will have 2 chances, maybe 3. So for sure he will start with cause some pressure. Not just now, because it's just 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The most important thing will be score as soon as possible, like not having the last chance, because Umut will try to keep, and you know, at this level he has experience. I don't think he will lose the ball easily.
Yeah. What would you change though? When you say go constant pressure, do you increase your depth? Do you go fast build up? Do you change formation maybe? Or
I think Umut is already using it, but I would use hug sidelines.
Okay.
For sure, because you want to play on the wing. Because if you lose the ball on the wing, it's better than losing it in the center of the pitch.
Yep. Speaking of wing, ball over the top, down the line. Furyk manages, of course, to get the ball down and run into space. Under trying to turn to play the pass. It's great defending, as you mentioned.
And he has a counter-attack here. Look at the minimap, he has a lot of space here.
This is where triggering the runs or even player locking here is so important and key. Raspadori in behind, back post cross would have been an option on Ultimate Team maybe with the aerial plus play style, but
a lot of space here. Ooh. Big mistake.
That's unlike Umut. I thought the ball could have been played over the top.
Yeah, but if it's me, I keep the ball.
Yeah.
There is no need to try that.
I know, I played against you before. I know you keep the ball there. You got to be smart.
But it's pressure. At this point, it's pressure. Umut knows as well, for sure. If he rewatch it, he knows it.
It's the ball over the top again. Havertz has been a key component to the way Umut's played this game. Isn't strong enough to retain possession over Bastoni. 2 minutes left of in-game time for Obrun to try and prevent
last one for sure, I think.
a German victory. This is the last attack of this game. Barella plays it into Podoruncio. Can he twist and turn? Skamaka, he's got options. He finesses it. Keeper saves it. It's going to be a corner. We saw a goal early on from Obrun.
I think he do it short, my feeling, but...
Do you think he's got enough time?
He's only got 1 minute.
Yeah, you play it short, you play it to the edge, whistle blows.
Yeah, but in fact he has to run in the box, but the cross...
Isn't enough to win it.
No.
Is Pascal Gross going to clear the... Oh, I thought it wasn't enough power. Clears the ball, and that is the win for Germany and Umut. Commiserations to Obrun and Italy, of course. A narrow defeat in this game. There's no shame in losing against Umut. There's no shame in losing in this competition at all. Top players across all of the countries involved. And we're going to be seeing a final, Casey. 2 teammates from different nations, of course. Denmark up against Germany. Umut against Anders. Teammates. It's going to be an interesting game.
It's going to be a bittersweet game for both of them because I know that they want to win it. They want the prize money. They want the glory. But they're going against a friend. Also someone who they've played against a lot. So they know how each other plays. So that's going to come into play a lot. But before we get into that, what was the answer to your trivia question?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the game was a bit too intense there. The answer is the top scorers at the Euro finals for Germany all time, joint to Mario Gomez and Jürgen Klinsmann. I know a lot of people putting Müller in the chat. Again, I'm going to be honest. I would never have guessed those two. I would have said Miroslav Klose. That's what I would have said.
Yeah, it's really hard. To be honest, it's really hard.
Yeah, that is a tough one. But you know your stuff about Germany. Maybe you would have got it correct in the chat. Let us know. But of course, that sums up this game. It's a tough loss, of course, for yourself in Italy. But there's definitely positives to take despite the loss. It's narrow margins.
It's a pity because also in the last 2 Asian World Cup, we arrived as Italy 2 times in semi-final and then we lose again in semi-final. It's like we are always there, but every year we miss a little bit to arrive in the final and to try to win the title. But consistency is the key, I always say. So 1 year, we will get it for sure.
Exactly. You get them, and hopefully for your sake, the fortune falls in your favor as it did for Umut in this game. He advances into the finals. And he knows it's not going to be easy playing against a teammate. It's very difficult doing that in a tournament.
Especially if it's Anders, your teammate.
Exactly.
Like last year, they won together the World Cup. Now they face each other for the Euro title. I expect 11 goals in this match, to be honest.
I expect a lot of goals.
Yeah.
But then again, do you think when you play against a teammate, do you maybe change your game up a little bit because you know that they can read you completely, or do you just stick with the same? And
yeah, but for me, this will not be a tactical game at all because they know each other too well. Like
they have to take risks for sure.
Yeah, for sure. They will play. I mean, we know Anders how he plays. Like he likes to push, and they will for sure not change his play style. Umut, same. So I expect at least, no joke, 8 goals like in 9 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Akacha. And of course, commiserations to Italy. Congratulations to Germany. And of course, thanks again, Case. We're going to head back down to the host desk.
Yes, thank you very much. Umut is ready and waiting for his interview. So we'll head there first and we'll come back to us in a minute. Let's head over to eEURO with Umut.
So I'm here with the next winner, Umut. Congratulations, you're in the final. How do you feel? Can you tell us?
Of course, I feel amazing. It was a crazy match. Like the first match was really, really intense, and the second against Obrun was also crazy intense. So I'm happy to reach the final and to win my both games.
And you're playing against Anders in the final, and he said before you will win in the final if you match. What do you think?
No, like for me, it's a 50-50 game. To be honest, I think Anders is the best player in the world. I think like if you go only from skill gap, he's just the best. He's so crazy good, and I'm playing really often with him. So I think I know what I'm saying.
Okay, and Anders is a very special player. Is there something you need to take care of when you play against him?
Yeah, of course. I think he's the best player in offense by far. Like he's crazy pressing. So I have to be careful to don't lose the ball in my half. Otherwise, he will score many goals.
Okay, thank you, Umut. Good luck in the final, and we go back to the host desk.
Thank you very much to eEURO, and a massive congratulations to Umut. Brandon, this final is going to be sensational.
It is. We teased it, didn't we? We said this could happen if this happened, that happened, and it has. 2 teammates going head-to-head. They played earlier this year in the German Championship on the same team. They played against each other in the Bundesliga, of course, this year as well. And now they play in a grand final. They've played before, Faraz, but they've never played in a grand final.
They haven't, but they're going to, and it's coming up very, very soon. But before doing that, let's talk about the game in which Umut's just won, and of course, our Vivo player of the match. It might not be a surprise to many people, we're going with King Kai Havertz, aren't we?
He's been superb, and not only just in this game, FG, but also in the quarter-final as well. He popped up, not with a goal, but also an assist. Rightly deserves our player of the match presented by Vivo.
Yeah, absolutely, and as Arsenal fans will probably say, Kai Havertz scores again, because he scored one, and then he got another one as well. A great ball, and a great finish as well, composure.
And in this 95 rated mode, he just offers you what you need with that extra bit of pace. Just an overall decent in-game item, and he's had a lot of joy with him, and he potentially will again in this grand final.
Now let's talk more about the grand final, shall we? Because we've actually got a lovely little image of our two grand finalists sharing the love. Look at the little shake of the head. This has just happened. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Well, you saw them earlier today with them in a headlock against Anders. They were messing around. Now they're just getting into this one. As we said, they are going to be walking out very soon for UEFA eEuros grand final. But it's two teammates going head-to-head for $30,000, and more importantly, the first name on the trophy. It's never been lifted before.
It's never been listed before, and of course Anders is yet to win an individual title. So can he do it? It's going to be Umut versus Anders, and it will be with you live after the break.
Open goal finish.
Hello and welcome back to UEFA eEuros here from Berlin. We are down to our final two, and what a final two it is. eEURO joining me at the host desk. We've seen some great action today. Let's head to the bracket presented by Booking.com. The final two is something quite special. Two players you know so well, eEURO, Anders Vejrgang and Umut. How do you see it going?
Yeah, both are my teammates, so I know them very well. I think this is the best final we can get for us and for the audience. Yeah, it's gonna be very entertaining, but I can't say who's gonna win it. It's too close. You know, Anders is very good at attacking, and Umut is just very good at at the defense. So.
That is a page out of Casey's book where you sit on the fence and you don't. I don't blame you. They're both your teammates.
Yeah.
69% of the Twitch channel thought that Anders would win the final, as you can see on the screen. I mean, look, they've got so much quality. Anders is yet to win an individual title. Do you think that plays on his mind a little bit?
Yeah, I think they're both very professional and they both stay very calm. Yeah, I think they're going to be very nervous, but still also very chilled.
It's going to be an absolutely sensational final, by the way, and it is coming up very soon for you. I want to speak to you about the relationship that them two have got. Obviously, you spend a lot of time with them because you're teammates at club level. They seem to be so close, and they support each other so much.
It is. They see each other very often. They're teammates for like many years, so they are very close. They like also friends, but teammates, and on days like this, also opponents. So I also asked Anders who's going to win, and Anders also said Umut is going to win. So
a lot of mutual respect between them both. Listen, Casey's waiting for us at the analyst board. She's going to show us some clips of their best bits.
Thank you, eEURO and FG. I have some clips from those semifinal games which were jam-packed with action. We will start off with Denmark and Anders here because he scored some fantastic goals. He's the comeback kid in this game, as we see Larsen through ball it in to Dolberg, over to Poulsen, who was the man of the match there. So we know he scored 4 out of the 5 goals for Anders. As we see the celebrations, we love to see the celebrations for Anders. He is very excited, but we see one more here. Pass up to Larsen again. Larsen has a massive impact on a lot of this game, very dominant in the midfield. Poulsen here to Højlund, winning goal for Anders. The ultimate celebration, because that put him through to the final, where he will be going up against his teammate Umut. Where we see here, he starts off with Sane into Kai Havertz, another very important player into Fulrich. Back, green-timed winner of a shot to get him into that final matchup. And after seeing some of those goals here, I mean, we don't see a lot of celebrations from Umut, but we might if he does win this. So the final game will be Umut versus Anders, and I'm going to send it back to you, FG, because I'm just ready to get into that match.
Well, so am I, Casey. Thank you so much. And listen, I imagine everybody watching is ready for the grand final. It's coming up very soon. It's going to be Umut representing Germany against Anders representing Denmark, and that is our final, and it's up next.
It all comes down to this.
A chance to make our nation proud.
To create history.
For one of us,
European glory awaits.
What would it mean?
Everything.
Everything.
Well then, here it is, your UEFA eEuros Grand Final. A walk that neither of these two thought they would have to make. Next door to each other, teammates throughout this competitive year. Now, going head-to-head in a Grand Final worth $30,000. It'll be the first name on the UEFA eEuros trophy. They teased about it, they joked about it, but it's actually happening. I've got the pleasure, of course, of having Case and Ryan Purcell with me in the commentary booth for this one. Ryan, it is happening, this grand final between these two. Anders Vejrgang will be taking on Umut for that trophy there, the UEFA eEuros trophy. As they sit down now, this is what it's all came down to. Two teammates that now will go head-to-head in no doubt the biggest game they would have had to play this season. They matched up just a few months ago, in fact, in Germany, in their own individual league there. That was just after they were teammates. And now they share the stage for national pride. And with $30,000 on the line here. As we said, it's the big one. It's the first ever time we've been able to have the UEFA eEuros. And it just feels that a little bit more special, Ryan Pessoa, that it's between these two.
Yep, it really does. And I'm very curious to see if Anders, you know, of course, how expressive he is, if he's going to be the same against his teammate. When he scores goals, is he going to get up and celebrate? Or is he going to be a bit more mellow and just a bit calmer, Casey?
I think he'll be a bit calmer. He's been in these situations before. He's not always the most emotive player. He knows when and where he can do it. I just don't think he's going to be in his face because it's a teammate at the end of the day. I know he really respects him as a person, as a player, as a teammate, so I don't see that happening, to be honest.
You wouldn't have seen it as well, just as that game was being played between Oberon and Umut. He had Anders with the stream up on his phone and he was watching, he was saying, please not Umut. I don't want to play against my teammate. Obviously, I don't want to have to go through what is a bit of a distressing game.
Who was with me? Was it you, Casey? But it was you, right? We spoke to, well, Anders basically said how, obviously Ibri mentioned it earlier, but he predicted himself to get to the final and also lose against Umut. So maybe if it falls that way, then maybe he's not just an incredible FC24 player, but he can read the future, who knows? But it's going to be a tough game, a very, very tough game again. When you're playing against a teammate, it's not easy. It's just a mental factor because I wouldn't say you sort of understand how your opponent or your teammate plays, but sometimes you second guess yourself. You think, do I need to change something in order to win? Is my opponent going to change anything, or is it going to stick to just the norm and just how we play in practice anyway?
I think they're going to begin to take a bit more risks in this game because, like you said, they know each other so well, so they have to surprise them.
Yeah.
They have to pull something out of the bag that they have not seen before. Otherwise, they're going to be read like a book, and they won't be able to concede. I think that in the beginning of this game, we might see very, very good defending. We've seen that consistent from a lot of the competition today. Yeah. But I said it in the last one, I think this is a low-scoring game. What about you?
Oh, I tend to always say high-scoring, and I'm going to stick with that just because I really hope it is a high-scoring game. And you can see some of the accolades we've already mentioned across today. Stream, of course, Anders, he's represented Denmark. This is his third occasion. The other two times, his best finish has been a quarter-final finish. And, of course, for his standards, it's definitely below par. But, of course, he's already bettered that result.
The man that sits behind him as well as a part to play in this as well. Of course, the Terminator, known as Daniel for RB Leipzig, is a coach that coaches all the players in the team, from Levi Finn, of course, to Anders Vejrgang and Umut there. They've had a lot of time together. I know it's not all my team, but it's still FC24 at the end of the day. I wasn't sure if he was going to step in and coach this one or not, but, I mean, Anders has got a coach, so why not? He'll know a few things.
I did see in the chat, RBLZ Gaming typing in the chat saying goosebumps. It's a win-win situation for them. So they're excited to be here because they are winners at the end of the day either way. But it has to be a little bit of an awkward situation for Daniel, like you said.
Absolutely. Well, let us know for the final time in the chat. I know you voted on the poll that Anders was going to win this one, but what do you think the score's going to be? Remember, 6-minute halves, not 9-minute halves, not 2 legs. It's a one and done. We might need extra time. It wouldn't surprise me between these two. And who knows, maybe even a penalty shootout to decide this year's UEFA eEuros champion. I mean, for Umut, on one side of the stage, this is his last kick of a ball for this FC24 year. He's not in the World Championships. On the other side for Anders, this could be the stepping stone into what could be a deadly next week.
I feel like once he gets one trophy, I feel like they're just going to keep on rolling. I'll be honest. I see someone in the chat, Andreas, predicting a 2-1 win for Denmark and Anders.
Well, you mentioned that tweet as well coming in from RB Leipzig Gaming. It's hard for them because it's all they've been working with, and again, it's another celebration for what they've been able to achieve. Again, RB Leipzig is the team that both of these two do represent, for those that don't know, Case.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're not losing in this situation, and so they will be happy with either outcome of the game. It's bittersweet. Obviously, there has to be a loser. Only one player will be lifting up that trophy at the end of this match, but RB Leipzig will be winners no matter what.
Well, that is what they're playing for as well. Beautifully crafted for the first ever time in the history of this competition. The UEFA eEuros was one that we saw tease at the start of this year. We weren't sure if it was going to happen, and it did. Through qualification processes, 50+ nations, down to our final 8 here in Berlin, Germany. We've had extra time, we've had shocks, we've had upsets. But we always thought maybe, just maybe, this could be a game that we would see, and it is going to be on its way very shortly indeed. We are just looking at the last few in-game changes that are being made for both of these two. Before we get going, we'll get a few score predictions in the chat. You asked an interesting question earlier, Ryan Passeau, about Germany's all-time Euro top goal scorer.
Yep.
I'll go on for you. Which icon in the game has scored the most Euro goals at the finals? Which icon in the game of FC24 has scored the most Euro final goals? Have a guess. Chat, can you have a guess as well? I'll tease you the answer as you unfold this.
I feel like I know this, but
I have no idea.
Do you at home know it as well? Let us know.
I know it.
Which icon has scored the most Euro final goals?
I'm going to wait for your little teaser first before I get my answer.
I'm not giving you any teasers,
just one. Just one.
Is it a player from a
It's a
country of
striker.
either of these?
No, I don't need that.
Or striker.
Nation.
He's not. He's
Nation will give it away, won't
I
it?
can't give you the Nation.
I know Nation will give it away.
And
okay.
it's not Miroslav Klose as well, for those that are in the chat. Scored loads of goals in the in another international tournament, not in the Euros.
Fair. That's fair.
Can you have a guess then?
No, not yet. I'm going to wait. I'm
Yeah,
still
let me
waiting.
think. I want to think it over.
Okay. Chat, get your guesses in. We'll try and get them up on screen as well. These two players know each other so well. That is why this is taking a little bit longer to get in. They are looking at the tactics, the in-game players. They are really sort of just trying to play this as a game of chess in some ways, Case.
Yeah, I'm curious. Question for you both. Obviously, Umut, we are here in Berlin. Do you think it being the home country, this is his turf, does that give him a little bit of an extra edge?
Or does it add more pressure?
I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference, but you kind of just think maybe because you want to perform, just because you're kind of at home. So I guess maybe that could add to, would it be pressure though, or expectation? I don't know. Maybe that they go hand in hand, but I don't know if it makes a huge impact on them.
Right, I've been asking this question to you. Answers are coming in, sorry. Cruyff. It's not Cruyff. It's not Fernando Torres. Someone said Drogba.
Yeah, come on, mate. Different tournament.
Come on. It's not Drogba either. This is coming, as we said. Which icon has scored the most Euro goals? Ryan, come on. England.
I know it. It's done, guys. I don't want to spoil it. I swear to you, I know it.
You know it 100%.
100% know it.
I still don't know it.
100% know it. And I said it. I said the
I haven't seen a right answer from you guys either in the chat.
For those that are watching earlier, I actually mentioned the player earlier on in the stream.
Someone said Gravison. It's not Gravison. I love Jaime Alvarez, but it's not Gravison.
I wish.
Yeah, I know it.
Buffon.
Yeah, no chance. I see the answer there. Someone said it.
Someone said, oh, we've got a few correct answers in the chat coming through. As we said, we are waiting to get into our grand final for this eEuros finals. We are still in the tactics. We're still in the change. So I don't know if we can get an input on the gameplay screen just for a second or two. But they are still going through every single individual player, changing it around.
It's FG giving me stick in the chat for not answering. The answer's in the chat. Don't worry. Listen, don't worry. I would have said the answer as well.
Someone said Richard Buckley. I wish it was Rich, but it's not Richard Buckley either. Right, I'll give you the answer.
What is it?
Let's see if Ryan get it first. 3, 2, 1.
Alan Shearer.
It is Alan
There
Shearer.
we
7
go.
goals in the Euros finals. Would classify him as the number one icon that scored the most goals in the Euro finals. I think I'm out of general knowledge now. Come back to me at half-time. I'll have something else for you. I think what's key about this final as well, which I'm interested to see, Case, is that both the times today, Anders has not started well.
He hasn't.
But
He's had a
still
very
come back.
slow start. But once he gets going, it's like something clicks in his brain and then he doesn't turn it off. But it does take him a while to heat up and get really into it. I mean, the game against AdrianCifuentes, he was down 2-0. It was really not looking good, but at some point it just clicks and he's able to shift the momentum his way, and it stays that way throughout the entirety of the match.
Do you know what, though? I guess I was about to say, actually, it sort of was mistaked rather than him doing something extraordinary to get back into it. But maybe the extraordinary part of Anders' game is forcing his opponent to make those mistakes. I felt as if AdrianCifuentes, Ustin even said it, he's going to pain him, it's going to hurt him for a while, just because he knows that if he replayed that situation 10 more times, he never makes that pass again. It's a pass that you know more often than not you're going to give possession back to your opponent, and you can't afford to do that against Anders. But Anders can't afford to start slowly against Umut.
And you can't afford to take those mistakes with such short amount of time either. One little mistake in 6-minute halves can be the detriment of the rest of your tournament.
Yep, exactly. We're almost underway, just waiting for the players to get into game.
And I think we are nearly there. I can see them both in the loaded screens. We will be kicking off this first ever UEFA eEuros grand final matchup. As we look to load him, it's still just on his changes at the moment.
He has to make sure everything is perfect. Everything is on the line.
Especially in this 95 rated mode, as we said, which is very different for a lot of these players. If you look to what, if you played 100 games in a season, you're playing 95 games in Ultimate Team, probably even 98. It's a different system altogether.
Do you think he's making any squad changes in comparison to the last game? It almost seems like he is.
Potentially, but I don't know. Is there a game plan? Is there an Anders game plan? I need to see us flow into the game and see.
Anders seems like he's chilling. It's Umut that's making the changes. I don't know what he's doing, but Anders is ready.
Pre-playing the game before we've even played it.
Could be in a game, imagine just warming up.
You can understand why. $30,000 on the line. And national pride for one of these two. To be the first name to lift this UEFA eEuros trophy. And there is a small couple of intricacies as well. I know everyone's 95 rated, but it's a bit more than that case, isn't it? Because I think everyone thinks that you're 95 rated and everyone's got the same stats. Different positions have different stats, don't they? That's why we're seeing Leroy Sané play as a left back. We're seeing maybe, I think earlier today for Spain, I saw Nico Williams playing as a centre midfielder because they just offer you stats that maybe certain positions don't.
Yes, exactly. The attackers have 5-star skills in comparison to the defenders and center mids. They do not. All center mids, all midfielders to be exact, have only 4-star skills. And then in addition to that, the play styles are also different from the attackers to midfielders.
Yep.
And so we're seeing a lot of players play out of position because a lot of the times 5-star skills is very necessary. Plus, a player like Sané, you need that speed in that position as well.
And the body types as well in game. Obviously, they're going to differ from player to player. That's important to factor in and consider when selecting your players for your squad.
Headset is on one side of the screen for Umut, which means we should be good to go into this one.
I'm telling you, right? If this was somebody else opposite Anders is raging. I'm telling you that he's upset.
He's on his feet, isn't he? Thinking, why have we not kicked off? Here we go. We're loading him. This is the big one now. Your UEFA eEuros grand final. Denmark against Germany. Anders Vejrgang against Umut. And as I did get excited there, we go straight into a pause. Just for some last camera setting and controller changes between these two. Score prediction. Don't tell me who's winning, just give me the score. 3-3. We're in extra time.
Pens would be great. We haven't seen that yet.
I'm going to say 4-2. Last minute goal just to solidify the win.
4-2.
4-2. That's my prediction.
Case?
I'm going to say 3-2.
3-2. Well, that's no home as well. Who do you think's going to come out on top of this one? Let us know a winner as well if you want to.
There has to be goals. How can there not be goals when these two players are playing? I know they play against each other dozens, hundreds of times, but there just has to be
I think they cancel each other out a bit.
We need goals. We have to keep the momentum going. We've seen a lot of goals in the other rounds. I hope it continues. I really do. I mean, we've seen 95 rated mode. A lot of step overs are very, very impactful. We saw when we were watching a game earlier with Anders, just the speed they get off of it. And we know Anders is the best player in the world when it comes to step overs and exiting the angles and everything is perfect.
Well, I know you're at home and you're thinking, come on, get this game going. We are trying to get it going as quickly as we can as well. These players have to be comfortable. Everything has to be right. You can understand this is a grand final. And I can say right now, we're going into it. We're jumping into the game live round. This is it. And we can confirm it's officially underway. Germany v Denmark. Umut against Anders. Two teammates going toe-to-toe in the eEuros. Let's see who's going to get the first breakthrough in this one. Is it going to be Germany from the get-go? Intercepted there by Anderson. I'm just looking at the teams here early doors. Doesn't seem like there's really any changes, especially on the side of Anders Vejrgang. Remember, he was 2-0 down against Ukraine in this quarter-final, came back and won. 2-0 down against Spain in this semi-final, came back and won. But that has to change this time round, Case.
It does. He has to get started here quicker because Umut will capitalize on that downfall in the beginning. And so I think that Anders will start off a bit quicker. Hopefully motivation kicks in a little bit sooner than it did in his other games, but we'll see. We'll see if it was consistent with the semifinal and quarterfinal matches that he had. And I mean, everything is on the line here in this grand final, and so he cannot afford to make any mistakes, really.
On the other side of Umut, it was a pretty entertaining quarter-final game for him. A 90th minute goal it was to send himself through. A really difficult game for him against iMertAL. They were to-ing and fro-ing. It's just trying to give yourself another plan, isn't it? When you're playing against your teammate, you've practiced so many times against, you sort of know your strengths and all your weaknesses. And still, you've got to come out and play another bluff that maybe you haven't showed them so far this year. Umut, best of the chances so far. Looking to make a shot on target. Leroy Sane intercepted well. Let's go off the back of what Case was saying, Ron. I just really hope that these two just go for it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel so far we've seen them cancel each other out in the first 20 or so minutes. Anders on the attack, looking to get the first shot at goal, intercepted by Umut.
Chance to break again. It's aggressive from Vejrgang, and it needed to be. A few times when he has been a little bit too aggressive, this is where the space is now opened up. Falkirk, a couple of step overs inside. Havertz, who's been superb throughout this tournament, Case.
Absolutely.
In the right area, just not able to convert.
Yeah, he's been monumental for a lot of different matches for him here. And I have a question for the chat. Who has been your MVPs for both Denmark and Germany on both of these squads? We've seen the likes of Poulsen and a lot of other players.
Ooh. Oh, that's...
Kai Havertz.
Oh my goodness.
Nearly ripping the roof of the net, that one. We mentioned about who's been the MVP, Case. You have to say Kai Havertz. It's a direct ball, timed it green, barring in. Umut leads by a goal to 0 in this grand final.
The power on that. Obviously, Green timed it, so there's going to be extra power and precision, but that was pinpoint from Kai Havertz. It shows the 95 rated mode, the shooting stats are boosted.
For what is an unusual ending to the season for Umut, it's not the World Championships next week, but if he could end with a trophy here, it certainly would be something to take into the new year. Hoyland dispossessed, first time we've seen Anders in the box of Germany. He's matched our well. 6-minute halves, remember, the games are flying past, already a third of it gone. So much joy on this left-hand side as well. Kai Havertz this time looking to be the provider after scoring the opening goal. And that time was a little bit too confident.
Those are the type of mistakes, though, that you can't be making. You need every chance at possession that you possibly can, especially with these 6-minute halves.
Poor pass there, dispossessed again. It's not been a good first 35 minutes or so. And he can punish it out. Falkirk, Havertz can turn, he can time it green.
That's a great finish.
Umut leads 2-0. And he's not even blinked.
Beautiful play, building up here. Falkirk in behind. a turn with Havertz, shot back across the face of goal, green timed again. If he doesn't green that, that doesn't go in.
Because he's almost facing the other direction as well, so the green time is essential.
Oh, hello!
Too much, really.
Hello, hello! Instant reply, Anders back in the game. With how quick some of these restarts have been, we've been caught in the replays and Denmark are back in it. 2-1. With how much longer? Back down to Germany now on the opposite end. Vestergaard stands on his feet. That could have been maybe an unfortunate animation.
Ryan, it's looking like you're looking correct in the high scoring of the game.
It's early days, yeah. It's just what we've seen today from the 95 rated mode. If this was an ultimate team, I think I would have said a close scoring game, but it was low scoring game, I should say. It's just there's just so many goals. If you're comfortable green timing your shots, you get any sort of space in the area, it looks as if it's going to find the back of the net unless the keeper makes an unbelievable save with the goalkeeper movement.
Dreyer. Højlund! 2-2 in the first 45! Once again, he goes 2-0 down. And he comes back. A 2-2 scoreline. How does he keep on doing it, Ryan?
It's an incredible show of skill and composure there. That pass into Højlund is sensational. Doesn't even need to green it. He mistimes it slightly and it still finds the back of the net. But that just shows how comfortable Anders is in any situation. Is that why he's down by 2? Was he down by 2 in the first game? Was it by 1?
He was down 2
every game. He was down by 2 every game so far in this eEuros competition. And he just finds a way back into it.
I do think this one might be a little bit different of a situation. As the other ones, he was consistent afterwards in propelling it forward. But I don't think Umut's going to allow that to happen.
And what we have learned, especially today, more than anything, in the Euros, especially heading into next week as well, you can have a 2-goal cushion. Does not mean anything because he just keeps coming back. Umut started so well, was really clinical. What's he got to show for a half-time? Nothing.
The thing is, right, Umut was sensational for 33, 35 minutes in game time. He genuinely nullified Anders to nothing. There was barely any time Anders got into the final third, let alone in the box. And just like that, 2 goals, quick succession. And as you said, Umut finds himself drawing when it was looking comfortable for the majority of that first half.
You can just see RB Leipzig as well in the chat saying this is so intense. I mean, I don't know where they need to look at the moment. 2-2 after 40. You have just tuned in. This is the UEFA eEuros Grand Final. $30,000 on the line. Through. That should go for maybe a goal kick. Goes for a corner instead. Højlund's shot was deflected. Oh, a chance to break on the counter-attack. Toni Kroos at the heart of it. Referee waves that one away. Says that he won the ball on the half volley into Højlund! Time green!
So smart.
That all started from that tackle.
The tackle,
as well.
but if I just watch the replay, just the way he triggers the runs here. Umut's caught in so many different scenarios here. Does he track the run there? Does he track the run down at the bottom of the screen, which he tries to do? And then it leaves that just a little bit of space where Anders can capitalise of it and green it into the top corner.
Back to you, Umut. Your turn to now turn this one around again. Can he do it in the air? Vulcan wins a corner. Can he rework all the way around? Havertz. Trying to make everything go through the German attacking midfielder.
I'm telling you, it's just finding space in and around the area. It's not easy to do, obviously, they're top players, but if there's any sort of space and you can just trust yourself to green it, which these 2 players are arguably the best in the scene at doing so, they're going to score.
It's almost second nature for them,
Yeah.
time finishing. A lot of players struggle with time finishing, but for them, it's second nature. They're able to do it
Yeah, some players
easily.
don't even use it at home.
I don't use it.
Yeah, it's a testament to people at home if you're watching. It's something that's worth learning. Just turning those 60% chances even into 80 or 90%. It's really, really effective in game.
Skvolson. Just trying to get some calm into this play. It has been a frantic grand final. 3 matches in a row, as we've said. He's been 2-0 down and still always comes back. I mean, it's an interesting game technique, isn't it, Case? Go 2-0 down and I'll start playing well.
It is. That has been consistent with how he's been playing today, and it's very, very interesting. I really wonder what goes through his head in those first few minutes, because it just takes him a while to warm up, but eventually he gets into it. And it's not to say that Umut is anywhere near out of this game. He's definitely still in it as he has the attack here. But this is where Andreas has to come in, start defending, and making sure he's not giving any opportunity for Umut to score.
That could have been one there. Could have been another mistake.
After what we've seen from Schmeichel today,
yeah,
Ryan,
literally.
He was very brave to keep the ball there. Skavoldsen, can he find that through ball? Remember, the storyline has been here for Anders Vejrgang, yet to win that individual 1v1 major trophy. This could be it if he can pull away. Big chance now, Paulson. Reverse Elastico was pretty, but Jonathan Tah was in the way, Ryan.
Yeah, first one we've seen from Anders today. Reverse Elastico in and around the area.
Yeah, chance to break away. Leroy Sané all the way from left back, who's been a big supporting out there. Can he dink it in? He can! It's all square again! I said 3-3 extra time, maybe.
You did. Did I? What did I say? I think I said the same, right?
Nope.
You said 4-2.
You did not.
You definitely said 4-2. Take a page out of Umut for that one.
We don't see much crossing in this mode, but it still works.
Yeah.
If you have a player like Fulkrug in the right position, it does work.
He's taller than the defensive player at the back post. It's just how it goes.
Straight back down the other end we go. Big chance now for Anders. Euler drops the shoulder, times it green. Now he's back in front. 4-3.
Look at the way he made Hoyland turn. Twisting and turning. It looked nimble. With a player that tall and normally that rigid in game when dribbling, it just looks silky, and it's a great response. So here it is again on the replay. Hoyland just twisting and turning. The thing is, Umut didn't do anything wrong defensively. He didn't overly commit. You could argue maybe just then at the cut inside, but I think he expected a shot, or at the worst case, a pass backwards. Just that cut inside and to green it is sensational, Casey.
Yeah, I think he wasn't anticipating him to shoot at that moment. The twisting and turning and not knowing where he's going to go next. He was tracking him pretty well, but the fact that he chose that exact moment plus green timing it, it was a shock for Umut, and he wasn't able to track it.
Yep.
Well, is that the last of them? 7 goals so far between the two of them. And there's still about 15 or so in-game minutes left to be played here.
And I did see some questions in the chat. Is this best of 1, best of 2? This is the last match of the day. The winner of this, 15 in-game minutes left, will be the winner of the UEFA eEuros. So this is the grand final. 1 leg, 1 game.
That's it. It's a quick one. You have to perform when it matters most. And Umut's got just under 10 minutes to try and respond.
Fulkrug can't get around Christiansen there.
Constant press has to be kicked into gear.
Certainly would have been making some of those changes, Ryan, in that pause. 7 in-game minutes left before we crown our first ever eEuros champion. Is he going to look for one more goal or just to take time out of the game?
Smart again.
6 minute half, that time will just run away. Larson, he concluded now, it's a door ball!
Oh, he's retimed it. That's the first time Anders has mistimed a shot. By that margin anyway, and it's gone wide, a pivotal moment in this game, but even just the way he was keeping possession, baiting that he was going to turn back quickly and just being that quick with the analog stick, but he could be punished. Sané in behind for Umut again.
Needs to make the most of this one, does he? Kai Havertz times that one red. Michael was actually in his goal where he was manually moved. And a corner to come in.
Oh, it's good defending. He's going to keep it in as well.
Added time to come through now. Is it about to be Anders Vejrgang's first individual 1v1 major trophy that he's been building towards for such a long time? All the hype.
Oh, careful.
Has been around what he can do. And if he will become a champion, he has his first piece of silverware. He does it for Denmark. the first UEFA eEuros champion will go his way. The phenom, but more importantly, the Danish one, the Anders Vejrgang, finally has his trophy.
The deserved champion. Anders, a 1v1 champion. It's been coming. It's a huge tournament to do it as well in the UEFA eEuros as he consoles his teammate in Umut. A valiant effort, of course, a very, very close game. But Anders, Casey, it felt as if it was a moment that was inevitable.
It
For him
was.
to win a trophy, it just felt as if it was always going to happen.
It was. I mean, he has been so competitive this entire year. It's about time that he's able to take home some hardware. But you see on there as well, absolute respect for Umut, his teammate. It's a different type of celebration that we see here because it's a bittersweet win. Obviously, he's very, very excited. We see the happiness on his face, but it's a tough one too.
Well then, this is the moment that he's been dreaming of. From playing around sports halls in Denmark to now representing his country. Finally, he has his moment. Your UEFA eEuros champion! Anders Vejrgang has arrived. And it was only a matter of time, Ryan Purcell, before he was going to pick up a trophy.
Yeah, but he's got another huge tournament in the coming days, and I'll be honest, we could see him doing the same, lifting another trophy in quick succession, and Anders a champion. And it felt like it was destined to happen.
Anders Vejrgang, congratulations. First things first, your first individual trophy. A massive congratulations. How are you feeling?
I don't know what to say. Like, I'm really happy that I won the tournament, but huge respect to my teammates. It's like the way you don't want to win. Like he has been having a really tough season, and I respect him so much. And before the game, he was like the only one I didn't want to play because he's so good, and we know how each other is playing. And I'm so sorry that he didn't qualify for World Cup because he's way too good to not do it.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see more of Umut in the future. Let's talk about your day. You conceded 2 goals and went 2 goals down in every single game, and you found a way. How do you do it?
I don't know, man. I think it's time for people to say that my mentality is not that bad, but I'm really happy, like getting down to 0 in this mode with 6 minutes per half is like really tough, like actually to come back. But like I didn't rage or something. I just stayed calm, and I knew that this mode is to my advantage, and I just was doing everything I could to get the trophy.
We've seen a lot of things from you today, your celebrations, your emotions, of course, because you were playing your teammate in that game. They were a little bit calmer, and that was solely because of the respect you have for him, you said.
I have a huge respect for him, and even when I qualified for Saudi Arabia 2 weeks ago, we was driving home to Copenhagen, and my mother was picking me up, and she told me that our dog died. And 2 years before that, my grandmom, like my mother's mom, also died. And my mother is still supporting me in everything. So I want to thank my mother for everything she's doing for me. And I'm so extremely proud that 2 weeks after, I just do everything I can, and I get my first individually trophy. And I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, my mother and everyone who was supporting me this tournament. Thank you to everyone.
And your mum will be super, super proud of that, of course. Your first individual trophy. People have spoke about how you haven't won individual trophies. What's next for Anders? Is it just a case of, do you think you've got one now, and was that a mental hurdle you got over?
Like now I have 2 World Cups I also want to win. But yeah, probably you can say that it is the first 1v1 trophy, and this year also I lost against Livifin, my other teammate, to qualify for Champions League because I just think so differently when I'm playing them because I like them so much, and I don't want to I don't feel good when I beat them because I know how much they also want it. So, but I'm really proud that when I get down to 0 on any other day, I would probably just give up and lose the game. But I was just trying to stay calm, not do any reactions, and I'm really happy that I got the win in the end.
Well, Anders, a massive, massive congratulations. You are the UEFA eEURO champion. Your first individual trophy. Go and enjoy yourself. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much.
Well done, mate. Well done, teacher. Here you go. Well done. Congratulations. Wow, what a way to end the tournament. I'm back on the host desk, joined by our amazing analysts and casters, Anders Vejrgang. We predicted it early on when we were on the host desk. How are you feeling, Casey?
Oh my goodness, to come back from being down 2-0 in every single game he played, the composure that is needed to do that and win that trophy is so impressive.
Now, eEuRO, from your side, of course, it was two of your teammates going up against each other in that final. What a final it was. But how much do you think that will mean to Andreas, as you can still hear them celebrating behind
Yeah,
us?
like I said before, that was the best final we can get. Like for us and the audience, it was very intense. And yeah, at the end it was very deserved for Anders. Like his mentality is crazy, and yeah, he can be very happy and proud of him.
Absolutely, he definitely can. Brandon, for the esports, what does it mean that Anders Vejrgang has finally got his first individual title?
Well, I mean, look, the following that he's already got now and the bragging rights he's already got now was big enough, but now he's actually got an individual trophy, a UEFA eEuros trophy, that is. It just puts him again on a different pedestal. And as we said, if he wins this going into next week, for those that know what's coming up, it is going to be potentially quite scary.
It is going to be potentially quite scary. And as a former pro, Ryan, what else is scarier than going 2 goals down in every single match that you play? And that's exactly what Anders Vejrgang did, and he still won the title.
Yeah, the game that sort of resonates most is the Spain game against AdrianCifuentes. I felt as if he was so close to going out. To be able to bounce back mentally as well, perform in extra time, and also in the final, it just shows how strong his mentals are.
Well, let's talk about his mentality, because he's the top scorer here. He's the alley play top goal scorer. As we see some of the clips, some of the goals he scored. Brandon, he scored some sensational goals.
He scored a lot of them, but as everyone was saying, after being 2-0 down, he had to score a few goals to try and come through and win the ties in the end. Of course, this came from his first game where he was 2-0 down, then he went 3-2 up in 10 minutes. Of course, expect the celebrations that come along. Vejrgang.
I think that was a Cold Palmer celebration, Kate. We saw it all.
Yeah, that is one thing we love about Anders, is he always has the unique celebrations because he's always scoring so many goals, and so we get to see a lot of opportunities where he is sharing his excitement to the stream, sharing it with his coach as well, and he's one of the most entertaining players in the scene all around.
He is absolutely, Bruce. We see the scenes as well of his mutual respect. How do you think Daniel will be feeling? How do you think Coach Daniel will be feeling? Because he's done a fantastic job with everybody at RB Leipzig, and it was bittersweet.
Yeah, Daniel is doing a very great job with both of them. Anders is also very emotional, so sometimes very hard to handle, but he's doing a great job. And yeah, I mean, he's at the moment maybe very sad because of Umut, but on the other side, he's also very happy to Anders win a trophy.
Well, one player who helped Anders a lot, our Vivo Player of the Day. It won't be a surprise because he scored a hat-trick in the final, Brandon. It was Rasmus Højlund.
Yeah, he was superb, wasn't he? I think Brian said it perfectly. How good he made him look.
Yep.
Was the difference there with some of the skill moves now, he was just moving him around.
I think it's just the way he dribbled with him and making him look nimble and decisive in front of goal. And as we said, these are the goals. The green time finishing was as a key component of the way Anders plays. It's not just creating the chances. A lot of people at home might think it's easy. It's just making the right choices at the right moments, FG.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, Rasmus Højlund was absolutely sensational, and Anders was absolutely brilliant. As we see some more of his goals, Casey, what a tournament.
What a tournament it is, and it's crazy because most of these goals happen in the second half for him, but as we see here, the green time finish for all of his players, but especially Højlund, was essential. And if you're not using that at home, make sure you're adding that into your repertoire because you've seen it today many, many times. That's how you win championships.
Let's have a word on the 95 rated game mode, eEuRO, as well, because we saw goals, and goals, but goals from players that you don't normally see on FC.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different mode, but like I said before, Anders and Umut are maybe the best in this mode, both in the final. Anders won. I think also Anders is maybe the best in this mode because, yeah, he's not using playstyles, and in this mode we don't have playstyles, so it's the best for him.
Well, what a fantastic day it's been, but I can tell you that Anders didn't actually win every award today. We've got our alley play goal of the day, and that was scored by Yuval. And this was an absolutely sensational goal, right?
I remember it. I already
remember it well, right? From Solomon.
Yep.
It's just absolute brilliance, isn't it?
No, it's a sensational goal. It was the second goal in this game. It's just the utilization of the skill moves, the mechanics, the cancellations. He just kept the ball perfectly. A Laproqueta cancel into the corner as well. It's a brilliant goal.
It's a sensational goal, and a goal that you can watch over and over again, Casey.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show that we said goodbye to a lot of really impressive players early stages of the game, because he was gone after the quarterfinal, but he has the goal of the day. And so I've enjoyed every second of this tournament because so many goals, very entertaining. I love this mode, by the way. I wasn't sure what to think of it going into it, but it's very entertaining.
I think we can all agree that we're a massive fan of the 95 rated game mode, and also a massive fan of eEuRO, who made a debut today. Congratulations, you were absolutely brilliant. Brandon, what a day it's been. What's been your best moment?
Oh, I think finally seeing Anders Vejrgang pick up a trophy. There's been so much chat about when's it going to happen, if it's going to happen. Look, he's done it now and he's backed himself up.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an absolutely sensational day. Ryan looking good in a suit as always.
Copying you,
You had a good day. Are you going to wear a tie next time?
Nah, not next time. Got to keep the button undone.
I'm trying to hide the chins. That's what it is. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everyone who's watched us. We have crowned our UEFA eEuRO champion, and it was Anders Vejrgang.
Yuval Belly. We have it, the closest game in terms of goals scored we've seen so far today. And the game is flipped on his head. That's the win for Germany.
The eEuRO Grand